Hello everyone, bear with me one moment. I am just getting the Substack ready. We're going to multitask tonight. Good, that'll do. Brilliant, okay. Alright, we're good to go. So we left off, I think about 40 minutes in. Memory serves. The infrared VOD is missing from my playlist, so I take that to mean it's been privated. So we'll be covering the modern day debate version. What's the current song? This is Assault on Chimera from Homeworld 2. What we're gonna do So we really don't need to see their facial expressions that much. And you really don't need to see mine either. We're gonna have these going there. And then... That's messy, I don't like that. Here, actually, I know what we'll do. Because this is all right in the middle, so we can just cut it. Yeah. There we go. Haha, beautiful. That'll do. That's still kind of ugly, but... In the middle? I guess we could make... the YouTube smaller, so it's just kind of up here. Oh, I know what we'll do. Haha. There we go. All right, let's get this show on the road. So just for clarification for what we're doing, obviously we're going to be sort of passively going through the rest of this debate with Ben Burgis. The first 40 minutes or so, however long we watched last night, was an absolute shit show. It was tedious and absurd. But while we're doing that, the parameters of my debate with Haas have changed slightly. We are not debating Russia and Ukraine because he's concerned about it being censored on YouTube. And he's concerned about Vosh's partiality as a moderator, so we're going to be debating his political philosophy, such as it is. So what I'll be doing is I'm going to be going through the Substack, and I'm not going to be mocking it this time, although if I find something funny, we'll look at that. I'm going to be looking specifically for the specific sources he draws upon. And that will form the basis of some of my preparation over the next few days, leading up to the debate, which I'm hoping will be on the 10th. And I have to talk to this fire person, that weird Andrew Tate one, on Tuesday. So that's great. Anyways, we're here for infrared, so fasten your seatbelts, kiddos.
To say, he says he wouldn't be surprised if unions were unpopular. Actually, a majority of Americans
actually, you know what? Let's have this.
They would join a union if they could.
It's actually kind of better.
And whereas a tiny percentage of private sector workers are unionized, that is in fact about the ferocious climate of union busting, the fact that labor laws are so tilted against organizing unions in the United States. The ways, like all sorts of things that have happened to increase the bargaining power of capital and decrease the bargaining power of labor. Final point, we've heard these repeated claims that there's something counter-hegemonic about MAGA as a movement. Of course, it's not a movement, it's a branding exercise for Trump supporters. But we haven't heard anything counter-hegemonic they're actually doing. If you organize a union in your workplace, you're actually doing something that's meaningfully counter-hegemonic. You're setting up an alternative center of power to the power of the boss. There's nothing counter-hegemonic about supporting a politician or using a set of rhetoric or spouting some slogans. We're told in particular that it's counter-hegemonic because they're going against, they have no loyalty to Pfizer, the military-industrial complex, or mainstream media. Well, by and large, the most MAGA-aligned politicians are the biggest anti-China hawks. None of those people criticized Trump for doing things like assassinating Soleimani. So this claim about the military-industrial complex is pretty dubious as far as Pfizer goes. I think just saying vaccines don't work. That's not anti-big pharma. The anti-big pharma thing would be saying we should nationalize them, or at least not let them profit off of making these. That their product should instead be free to everybody. Finally, it's particularly ludicrous to say that MAGA in particular is counter-hegemonic because mainstream media is a big rhetorical whipping boy for them. Because by that same standard, you can go back to the 1980s, the moral majority would be counter hegemonic. You could go back to the Nixon administration and Spiro Agnew, who's constantly denouncing the liberal media is counter hegemonic. Sure, yes, this has been a staple of conservative rhetoric for several decades, is the opposition to mainstream media. But again, what do they actually want to do to change media ownership structures, for example, in a better direction? Absolutely nothing, because not only is there no actual movement here, not only is there no alternative center of power to any of the institutions that Haas mentions, there isn't even a political program that would, do any of these things. What is it that these guys want? What is it that they would support that would actually meaningfully undermine any of these centers of power?
All right, I'm good. Okay, so I'm going to begin this with a quote from Frederick Engels. To science, definitions are worthless because always inadequate. The only real definition is the development of the thing itself, but this is no longer a definition. So let's take the definition of the thing itself, which is the working class. In Marx's time, the people who only had their labor to sell were overwhelmingly the people who were actually producing the surplus value that was responsible for the process of capital accumulation to begin in the first place. They were actually selling their labor as per the Marxist definition. Now, this isn't just because they didn't own or get their money from means of production. It was because they were actually selling their labor. But plenty of industries within the service industry are not selling their labor at all. They're selling performances.
Okay, we saw this part. We'll jump a little bit ahead.
Know why I, as a communist, should have any loyalty to Democrat bureaucracies. Now, obviously, I guess most Americans would say they like unions and they prefer to join unions because they pay better, but 40% of actual union members, only 40% of actual union members say that their membership is, quote, extremely important. So I'm guessing there's probably something lost in translation there. Regardless, it wouldn't surprise me that Americans want the better pay that unions provide, but there's also more strings attached to that, which among actual union members themselves lead to some kind of contention and ambiguity. But regardless, how can those unions concretely expand without the Democratic Party? Because they're in bed with the Democrats right now. That's the question. I'm not willing to sacrifice building a counter-hegemonic political force for the sake of expanding the Democrat-run unions. Now, a simple counter-hegemonic fact of the Trump movement, which you're neglecting to point out, it's like, if you want to talk about workers, what about Biden's rail deal? It's like probably the worst rollback on the labor rights of the working class in this country, maybe since Reagan, right? Where he made it illegal for federal rail workers to go on strike, destroying their collective bargaining rights. Who are the people in Congress and in the Senate who rejected this bill? It was MAGA people overwhelmingly, and even Republicans beyond that. It was overwhelmingly the progressive Democrats who voted for it, and it was the MAGA people who were at the fore of rejecting it. So that's a simple example of the counter-hegemonic force of the MAGA movement. But even beyond the congressional representatives and all those kinds of people, this sentiment among the MAGA movement about sending arms to Ukraine and the escalation of the war into World War III, overwhelmingly critical of the U.S.
Okay, here we go. We've covered this before, but this is somewhat telling. I've gone through 2 essays now, and the closest thing I've seen to, like some kind of reference to some sort of theoretical scaffolding is here. I'll just read the paragraph. The first and most prominent of the left, which can be broken into two segments apparently, sorry. The first and most prominent of these two segments consists of an incipient professional class and finds overrepresentation in the environmental movement, activist NGOs, the so-called progressive wing of the Democratic Party, etc. These leftists, quote-unquote, now comprise the vanguard of the ruling class agenda and have transformed what was once a veneer of independence into an internal inquisition, to shake up the old, antiquated institutions of bourgeois society. Sorry, my mouth is really dry right now for some reason. Make them more equitable, fair, etc., and thus reflects that stratum which enters into the ranks of the new class in an incipient manner. At the same time bolstering and strengthening it. It is the Jesuitical wing of Democratic Party and its so-called cathedral. So the one reference that we have that would give us some kind of theoretical scaffolding is to Moldbug, which is an interesting choice. I'd be curious to see what his encounter is with that. But so far, there's just not a lot here. For God's sake, their rallying cry: patch the code, save the Matrix. This is all Curtis Yarvin.
Administration's escalation of that war in comparison to Democrats and Biden. They criticized Pelosi's visits to Taiwan. You mentioned, Nixon. You're saying Nixon was also counter-hegemonic, or his movement was? Yeah, Nixon's voter base, it was counter-hegemonic. I mean, that's why Watergate happened. Read your fucking history. Yes, there were counter-hegemonic elements in Nixon's supporters. Yes, that's an actual fact of history. And you're laughing right now because you haven't read, you're clearly illiterate on the subject matter, and you're one of those people who think Watergate happened because of Nixon's corruption and not because of the CIA. Dude, keep laughing. You're going to look in the mirror and see a dumb fuck when you actually read your fucking history. Now, formulating a political program is actually the task of communist partisans. The absence of one right now doesn't mean it's impossible. But when you actually formulate that political program, who is going to be more receptive to it? People who are unquestionably loyal to whatever the fucking mainstream media and the institutions of society like academia say, or people who might lend you their ear to hear something new that society and the establishment has been telling them not to believe, such as that communism is in fact not completely evil and Stalin and Hitler were not in fact the same.
Okay. Yes, I could not help myself. I will say that I did say I would end the debate if the personal insult started, but I'll give you one. They have but yes, I could not help myself.
Oh my God, Ben. Have more of a backbone than that. Hang on, I'll be 1 sec. Just needed my good lens cleaner.
Myself, but laughing at the claim that
this frustrates me a little bit. Like, look, I like nice academic debates too, but here's the thing. It's just not a good look to be like whinging about people saying mean things in the middle of a debate. Like, unless it's like really off color, or it's something that's kind of bizarre, in which case you can kind of like, they're like, really? So, did you mean to say that? That kind of thing. It makes you look fragile and kind of prissy, and that's just suck it up.
That Watergate didn't really happen, that it was some sort of CIA plot against I guess this guy who the CIA hated for some reason, even though Nixon was the one who was doing things like bombing Cambodia, helping to organize the coup against Salvador Allende in Chile. That is a very odd thing for somebody who calls himself a communist to say. But in any case, going back to definition of class, you note that the only place I talk.
You can't just say read history and then not cite anything. Well, he did cite something, Daedalus. He said he cited history, of course. Just read. He can't. How can he be more clear? Read history. You just have to read history, and then it all makes sense. Just all of it.
Talked about G.A. Cohen was to talk about a criticism that I thought was a fair criticism, because I'd been talking about the way Marx talks about class in Capital, not about Cohen. I brought up Cohen because of a point that he makes in Karl Marx's Theory of History about the about like a sort of possible criticism or friendly amendment to that. But if you just read Capital itself, every time he talks about class, it's always and overwhelmingly in terms of relationship to the means of production. Of course, obviously, that Engels quote about definitions cuts both ways, because if you say I don't like definitions, then that doesn't favor one definition or another. But if you're just looking at the way that Marx,
Okay, so this is a weird section. This is actually pertinent to an earlier part of this debate that we're not going to review. Oh, thank you so much, Rexy, for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. So here, according to the Pat Sock Dems, the proletariat, the working class, is strictly defined by those who live off the sale of their labor alone. This is, after all, typical of how Marxists, including Marx and Engels, had defined the proletariat of their era. Yet the opportunist Pat Sock Dems do not take into account that this was before the transformation of the commodity form itself, the form of private property itself, and the changes in the relations of production that have occurred since then. I have no idea what this is referring to. I don't know what he means by the transformation of the commodity form itself. I don't know what that means. And he doesn't seem to provide any citation for this. Let's see. Well, let's continue, because there's a quote down here, so maybe this will clarify. They have elected to reduce relations of production solely to the question of ownership of its means. That is, despite the fact that a great deal more than ownership characterizes the actual relations and social distinctions underlying a given mode of production. There is also, for one, relations to the products of production, streams and sources of revenue, etc. The idiot, Philistine, shit-for-brains Pat Sock Dems, it's very colorful, Hawes, have highlighted the significance of ownership without even understanding the reasoning behind its significance for Marx and Engels. For one, relations of production for Marx and Engels are principally defined by a general social division of labor. All forms of private property are merely derivative from this division of labor. The general and social nature of labor is for Marx presupposed as a fact of human nature. It would help if you, told us where these quotes were from. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which arises a legal and political superstructure, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. And then we end quote. Relations of property, as a matter of fact, are merely the legal form of these social relations. Quote, at a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. If the social production of the existence of men and women and the relations corresponding to this social production are primary... What? The social production of the existence of men and women. And the legal forms secondary or superstructural, and if property relations, quote-unquote, merely reflect these material relations in legal terms, it follows that ownership itself is not the basis of differing relations to production. I mean, it is a little bit, you can't make decisions if you don't own the means of production. Private property from Marx, after all, is after all an institution. And labor is, according to Marx itself, the essence of private property. I'm pretty sure it's an institution for everybody. I don't think anybody thinks that private property is natural. Like, when we're talking about something like Locke, for example, the reason why he puts limits on the amount of private property an individual can rightfully lay claim to is that somebody's able to sort of mix their labor with land or with resources such that it almost becomes an extension of their body, and then at the point where their holdings become superfluous, like they can't actually manipulate it, they aren't able to match its scale. At that point, they don't really have a right to it because this isn't their property anymore. This is just something they've gated off and hoarded. Alright, well, private property for Marx is after all an institution, apparently, and labor is, according to Marx itself, the essence of private property. It is overall unsurprising that social democrats would rigidly define relations of production strictly according to the superstructural form taken on by them, for the whole enterprise of social democracy can be summed up as the definition of sociality itself, according to the institutional form that is meant to represent it. The whole enterprise of social democracy can be summed as the definition of sociality itself according to the institutional form that is meant to... I don't know what this means. I mean, you can define things however you want. These words do not give me a clear idea of what he's talking about. Pippa says, is he talking about the growing importance of social capital? He is sowing division between blue-collar, honest workers and service professionals, collaborators. Yeah. I don't know, we live in an era of ghost cities, right? Things that once were permanent fixtures of the environment, things that you maintained as an essential part of, like in Hannah Arendt's language, things that constituted like the works of your society or whatever, even those are made to be disposable now. I observe no sharp distinction between blue-collar workers and service workers.
Throughout the entirety of the 33 chapters of Capital talks about class, it's always about who owns the conditions of labor and who is forced to labor for them. The reason that the working class is an important category in Marxism is that it is a category of the population, obviously, that you have you have laboring classes in all sorts of societies, right? But this is one that has the capacity and the interest to take over, to expropriate the means of production from capitalists and create a society that would not be divided into classes, but would also not just be distributing crumbs, given the way that the forces of production have been developed under capitalism, creating the possibility for that universally shared abundance in the future. On unions, I also think it is pretty funny that less than an hour has gone by since my opening statement, but Haas has already forgotten what I said, because he said, "Oh, what about the rail deal?" Which I actually brought up and talked about in my opening statement. And yes, as I said in my opening statement, that certainly proves that even if the Democrats are the softer party of capital, they're still very much a party of capital. But I'd like to point out two things about the rail deal and about the partisan contrast as it shows there. One, Haas is trying to have it both ways on a pretty epic scale. He says that on the one hand, he says, "Oh, fuck the establishment unions." He only cares about independent unions. So if the establishment unions are all destroyed, then that's fine with him. But then he brings up Biden crushing some established unions. Those are not plucky new independent unions, these established rail workers unions, as evidence for, correctly, the fact that Biden is an enemy of the working class, which I agree. I said in my opening statement. Trump is a worse one. And of course, MAGA is absolutely nothing except for Trump's fan club. But Biden is certainly an enemy of the working class. The rail deal certainly shows it, because it does not, we should not say, fuck the unions. The unions of various sorts are the only counter-hegemonic force in society. And on the subject of, certainly the only one that has the kind of numbers and the kind of capacity and the kind of power that they do. Not the only one, but the only one that has all of those things. Finally, this idea that Trump filling the NLRB with hardcore union busters who make rulings, who made a whole series of rulings overturning Obama presidents and making it harder to organize unions. Well, that's only making it harder for the bad established Democrat-aligned unions, is ludicrous on its face. Of course, that makes it equally hard, in fact, harder for independent unions that don't have the same resources to stand up to that union busting. And final point, I think it would be amazing to get, if we had Chris Smalls here, and yes, he absolutely was willing to work with people who voted for Trump, which, as I said in my opening statement, I advocate too. But he was right to do so. He himself, of course, would never call himself a MAGA guy. He's very open about his disagreement with that. And if we had Chris Smalls here and said, "Hey, Chris, do you think it matters who's sitting on the NLRB? Do you think that these NLRB rulings make a difference to how easy or hard it is for an independent union like the Amazon labor union to organize warehouses?" I think we know what he would say. In fact, the NLRB has repeatedly intervened on the side of the Amazon labor union, which would certainly not have happened if Trump was still in office.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. I am going to say that each of you are going to get one more round, and then you're going to get closing statements. So technically, you get 2 more 5 minutes before we go into Q&A. But Infrared, back to you, and then Dr. Ben, you get one more reply.
So I just wanted to speak to the baffling ignorance of so-called Dr. Burgis here, that he claims that it's extremely odd to think that the CIA was behind Watergate. Well, it's such a widespread, commonly held view that even the CIA itself, on its own fucking website, felt it necessary to address the claim themselves. So no, it's not an odd view at all. It's a pretty conventional view. You don't have to be an extreme conspiracy theorist to know that the CIA was in fact at odds with Nixon and the Nixon administration. Now, regarding your claims about what Marx says in Capital about how he strictly defines class, I'm going to actually demand a citation there. Because I know for a fact, as someone who has read all 3 volumes of Capital,
Oh no!
Marx never actually got around to strictly defining class.
Oh my god, am I going to be able to do it? Dare I? Dare I? It's probably ill-advised. For those who have been around for a long time, you might know what I'm talking about. He has read all 3 volumes of Capital. All 3. By the way, I'm holding in my hands Volume 1 for anyone who hasn't seen it. Famously, a man of many letters, Hawes.
Ironically, in the last volume, the 3rd volume of Capital, in the very last chapter, he was planning on it, and he wrote maybe a few sentences on it, and that's literally where the whole project cut off. So I know you're talking out of your ass when you're trying to say that Marx was defining the meaning of class in Capital strictly in that way. No, he wasn't. He was using class in a way that was not precluded by any specific strict definition. But
you know what? We actually have a benefit that Ben Burgis doesn't have. We can look this up right now. Capital, Volume 3. Actually, Marxist.org should have it. Oh, I wonder if I'm coming down with something. My eyes are tired, my mouth is dry. I feel wretched tonight. Let's see here. Collected works. No, I just want Capital. Okay, how about this? Capital, Volume 3, full text. Here we go. Okay. Here, let's pull it on here. So let's see here. This is Capital Volume 3, the process of capitalist production as a whole. And he says the last chapter, right? Very last chapter. Classes. Oh, God bless you, Carl. It's short. Oh, bless you, laddie. Okay, I'm just going to read it for you. Chapter 52, Classes. The owners merely of labor power... Here, hang on. This is not a time for Oblivion music. The owners merely of labor... Yeah, fuck it, yes it is. The owners merely of labor power, owners of capital and landowners, whose respective sources of income are wages, profit, and ground rent. In other words, wage laborers, capitalists, and landowners constitute then 3 big classes of modern society based upon the capitalist mode of production. In England, modern society is indisputably most highly and classically developed in economic structure. Nevertheless, even here, the stratification of classes does not appear in its pure form. Middle and intermediate strata even here obliterate lines of demarcation everywhere, although incomparably less in rural districts than in the cities. However, this is immaterial for our analysis. We have seen that the continual tendency and law of development of the capitalist mode of production is more and more to divorce the means of production from labor, and more to concentrate the scattered means of production into large groups, thereby transforming labor into wage labor and the means of production into capital. And to this tendency, on the other hand, corresponds the independent separation of landed property from capital and labor, or the transformation of all landed property into the form of landed property corresponding to the capitalist mode of production. The first question to be answered, he answered, come on guys, you're on the internet, everybody can see this. The first question to be answered is this: what constitutes a class? And the reply to this follows naturally from the reply to another question, namely, what makes wage laborers, capitalists, and landlords constitute the three great social classes? At first glance, the identity of revenues and sources of revenue. There are three great social groups, whose members, the individuals forming them, live on wages, profit, and ground rent respectively, on the realization of their labor power, their capital, and their landed property. There are three great social groups whose members, the individuals forming them, live on wages, profit, and ground rent respectively. Okay. However, from this standpoint, physicians and officials, e.g., would also constitute two classes, for they belong to two distinct social groups, the members of each of these groups receiving their revenue from one and the same source. The same would also be true of the infinite fragmentation of interest and rank into which the division of social labor splits laborers as well as capitalists and landlords, the latter e.g. into owners of vineyards, farm owners, owners of forests, mine owners, and owners of fisheries. Here the manuscript breaks off, so it was unfinished. That's frustrating. I don't know enough about Marx to know if there's like a corresponding section of the Grundrisse that would clarify that, but I should probably talk to somebody about that. But hang on, okay, so what did Haas say specifically? Let's go back, like, 20 seconds. Let's go back a minute.
Demand a citation there. Because I know for a fact, as someone who has read all 3 volumes of Capital, that Marx never actually got around to strictly defining class. Ironically, in the last volume, the 3rd volume of Capital, in the very last chapter, he was planning on it, and he wrote maybe a few sentences on it, and that's literally where the whole project cut off. So I know you're talking out of your ass when you're trying to say that Marx was...
That doesn't follow necessarily. Capital Volumes 2 and 3 are, to my understanding, they were not published. But the Grundrisse, which I believe constitutes the notes for what became Capital, probably does actually have a definition. Let's see. Grundrisse full text. That's how you pronounce it, right? Grundrisse? I think so. I've heard of Grundrisse. It's not Grundriss, is it? Yeah, that's right, Pippa. That line stood out to me too. Blurring the lines is immaterial for our purposes. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, here we have the Grundrisse. Okay. I need to order a hard copy of this. Class. Dear God, I have made a terrible mistake. Okay. What's this? The method of political economy. It seems to be correct to begin with the real and the concrete, with the real precondition thus to begin in economics with e.g. the population, which is the foundation and the subject of the entire social act of production. However, on closer examination, this proves false. the population is an abstraction if I leave out, for example, the classes of which it is composed. These classes in turn are an empty phrase if I am not familiar with the elements on which they rest, e.g., wage labor, capital, etc. These latter in turn presuppose exchange, division of labor, prices, etc. For example, capital is nothing without wage labor, Thus, if I were to begin with the population, this would be a chaotic conception, a Vorstellung, of the whole, and I would then, by means of further determination, move analytically towards ever more simple concepts, Begriff, from the imagined concrete towards ever thinner abstractions until I had arrived at the simplest determinations. From there, the journey would have to be retraced until I had finally arrived at the population again, but this time not as the chaotic conception of a whole, but as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. The former is the path historically followed by economics at the time of its origins. The economists of the 17th century, e.g., always begin with a living whole with population, nation, state, several states, etc. Oh boy. Let's see here. What's the earliest occurrence of class here? Is there anything in the table of contents? No. The concept of national wealth. The order has to be the general abstract determinants, which obtain in more or less all forms of society, but in the above explained sense. 2. The categories which make up the inner structure of bourgeois society and on which the fundamental classes rest. Capital, wage, labor, landed property. Their interrelation, town and country. The 3 great social classes. Exchange between them. Oh, maybe that's something to look for. The 3 great social classes. Does that really only occur once? Alright. Exchange between them, circulation, and this is on Adam Smith, I think. I don't know what this is responding to. Okay, this is going to be a dead end tonight, so we're not going to bother with that. However, the owners merely of labor power, owners of capital, landowners, The first question to be answered is this: what constitutes a class? And the reply to this follows naturally from the reply to another question, namely, what makes wage laborers, capitalists, and landlords constitute the 3 great social classes? Okay, so these are the 3 great social classes. At first glance, the identity of revenues and sources of revenue. There are 3 great social groups whose members, the individuals forming them, live on wages, profit, and ground rent respectively, on the realization of their labor power, their capital, and their landed property. However, from this standpoint, physicians and officials would also constitute 2 classes, for they belong to 2 distinct social groups, the members of each of these receiving their revenue from one and the same source. So he allows for further differentiation, but I don't see that he has in any way deconstructed his account of class. He still seems to settle upon 3, if I'm not misreading this. Marx never defined class, he only wrote a few sentences. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Defining the meaning of class in capital strictly in that way. No, he wasn't. He was using
we'll see what Ben says.
In a way that was not precluded by any specific strict definition. But class, as far as Marx and Engels recognized it, in addition to being about relations to production, isn't just about what you own. It's also what your relation to the actual material objective process of production is. And Marx in Capital makes it very clear what productive labor is.
Yeah, but what determines that relation? It's what you own.
Especially when in the 2nd volume of Capital, he makes it very clear that the unproductive laborer of clerks, these other people who belong to a class of parasites, literal parasites in function, don't actually belong to the proletariat in the strict sense. Now, it's the general quality.
Yeah, but that's not a surprise. Clerks aren't the proletariat. They're white-collar workers. Does Haas think that clerks means like cashiers? Because that's not what that means.
Of the labor of the proletariat that makes them uniquely revolutionary according to Marx, not simply because they're oppressed and they're marginalized or
Wait,
whatever.
is that it? When he thinks clerks, does he think sales clerk? That's got to be it. He thinks clerk refers to the person at the McDonald's window who, like, takes your order.
It's specifically about the generality of the.
That'd be weird though, because he went to law school, right? Like, this is a distinction you would know very early on.
Labor in an era of general commodity production, which means they stand for a class of labor in general. Marx's definition of labor is very clear in his early manuscripts and in his early writing about a transformation of nature, not just a performance of services. Now, the significant thing about Biden's action wasn't that it targeted establishment unions, but that he made it unilaterally illegal for railway workers to strike, regardless of the type of union. That actually makes it worse than what Trump was doing, which overwhelmingly was targeting the establishment unions. So I don't even know why you would even bring that up. Biden made it unilaterally, without regard for what kind of union it is, illegal for railway workers to strike, not just targeting establishment unions, but the rights of workers in general, including their collective bargaining rights. And there is no evidence that established unions are counter-hegemonic in any way through the I mean, it's not even true in the post-war period of the history of the United States. What evidence is there is that these establishment unions form some kind of opposition to this imperialist state machine? They have long been assailed by the imperialist state machine, as many astute Marxist observers have been observing for a very long time now. The reason it's hard to form new unions right now is overwhelmingly because of the failed strategies of past union organizers. You could say that it does make a difference who's sitting on the NLRB or whatever. But guess what? According to, I'm a communist, I'm a basic Marxist, and I'm someone who stands against the status quo in general, politics takes precedent. You don't sacrifice your ability to fight the establishment and no-toe to the fucking Democrats just because they're going to make it marginally easier for you to do any kind of specific tactic. Because the overall strategy is about smashing the imperialist state machine and destroying the deep state. It's not actually about just doing unions. So the strategy takes precedent over the various specific tactics employed to realize it.
Okay, I find it pretty significant that Haas continually responds to things that I don't say and ignores the things that I do say. I did not say that it was just about workers being oppressed or marginalized. That has absolutely nothing to do with what I said. He just made that up out of nothing. That has no relationship to anything I said. Anybody who doesn't believe me should be invited to pause and go back a few minutes to the last time I talked and compare what he said to what I actually said. What I said is that the working class has an interest in expropriating capital and creating this other kind of society that would provide this universally shared abundance because of the way the forces of production have been developed by capitalism. So if you look, for example, at the end of the next to last chapter of Capital, chapter 32, and look at the last couple paragraphs there where he talks about expropriating the means of production from capitalists.
Ben with the receipts.
And then you look at the footnote that he provides there. He talks about how all of these other classes, right, like the class that actually makes up the hardcore of MAGA, the petty proprietors, are ultimately reactionary because they want to turn back the clock from, big capital taking away the stuff that they have to get back that stuff and restore this petty private property and the ownership of the means of production, whereas only the working class has an interest in going forward to this new and different kind of society based on collective ownership. He also says, Ben is saying that there's a strict definition of class and capital. Nope, I didn't say that. What I said is that the Ingalls point about not liking strict definitions goes against both the definition that I was using and the definition that you were using. But if you look at the way that Marx talks about class and capital over and over and over, this is very simple. I would invite people to just, like, if you've got like the Kindle edition of Capital, just search for phrases like conditions of labor in there, and you will find over and over and over that Marx will talk about, things like the conditions of labor being concentrated in this minority of the population, everybody else having nothing to sell but their labor. Whenever, in every single point in that book where Marx talks about, he contrasts capitalism with feudalism, it's always about the ways that it's always about the relationship to the means of production. So you look, for example, at chapter 23 of Capital, where he talks, he's got this nice little thought experiment about imagining a single lord and a single peasant, and the relationship between them. And then he says, imagine if the Lord announced one day, hey, good news, feudalism is over, you're free, bad news, I own this land, and now you have to labor for me for such and such many hours a day, and the peasant ends up having to labor for the Lord just as many hours as he did before, and it's technically voluntary. But all of that contrast is about ownership of the means of production. I also think if you're looking at volumes 2 and 3, you got to keep in mind these are nothing like final works like volume 1 is. These are things that were left very unfinished and in many cases very unorganized for Ingalls to do the best that he could with them. Now, moving on from Capital, which I'm happy to talk about. It's one of my all-time favorite books ever written. But moving on from that to contemporary American politics, Haas's grasp of what happened with the rail vote is extremely flawed in two ways. First, and maybe most importantly, he says, Biden made it illegal for rail workers to strike regardless of what kind of unions they have. No. What happened was that Biden used the Railway Act, which is this old hideously reactionary pre-New Deal act that was already on the books, to impose a contract on unions. Which, what kind of unions? Independent unions, hypothetical unions in the future? No, this is not like a taking away any rail workers ever going on strike ever again decision that's somehow being made. This is applying this Railway Labor Act that already existed to impose a deal on a bunch of those establishment unions that Haas says he doesn't care if they're all destroyed, right? We can take away all the power that the American working class currently has, and it's all fine. It's all worth it because the Trump movement is counter-hegemonic in the sense that even though there's no source of power that's independent of capital in the Trump movement, even though there isn't even a political platform that would somehow hurt capital, but just in the sense that rhetorically, the MAGA movement, says things about how they don't like the mainstream media, and, they might say rhetorically anti-war things sometimes. That's how cheap a date he is for what counts as counter-hegemonic. For that, he's willing to destroy the entire power of the organized working class in the United States. That is not a deal anybody should take.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. And with that,
Thank you,
it is
Dr.
going
Ben.
to conclude the open dialogue of the debate. I want to thank our interlocutors for stepping into the ring as they're about to make their closing statements. And then we are going into the Q&A. So please keep on sending me those chats and
That was the whole open dialogue? That sucked.
super chats. I'm sending love out there as well to all of those mods, keeping everything so amazing. And with that, Infrared, I am handing it back over to you for your 5-minute closing statement. The floor is all yours.
So I only have 5 minutes.
God, this was a boring
you
debate.
said you're saying the working class is uniquely revolutionary because it's interested in expropriating capital. You didn't elaborate why, though. You didn't elaborate the actual reason for that. I actually did. I actually said because the general quality of their labor allows them to establish a relationship to production that grounds production based on its material premises, which is what labor is, whereas capital doesn't ground production based strictly on the use value, the necessity of its material premises, but on abstractions, actually, the form of value, which is an abstraction that isn't a specific human use value. It's a quality of abstraction and alienation and this universal form that doesn't care about any particular content. So that's why they're revolutionary. And yes, labor is central to that. Now, you said something about capital I don't. Which volume do you cite? Volume 1, chapter 29. I looked at chapter 29 of volume 1. 28.
23.
Okay, 23. 23 of volume 1. Well, you haven't actually cited and deployed into an argument why that helps your argument that Marx is strictly defining class on
But
the
that's not.
basis of.
I
Yeah.
didn't say that. I'll
Okay.
mute
Well,
myself. I didn't
you
say that.
interrupted me, and if I were you, right, I would have rage quit like a little bitch because of that. But I'm not going to do that. But that's what you promised to do, which is interesting. But it's interesting that you're calling the blue collar working class that overwhelmingly makes up the core of the MAGA movement petty proprietors when you just cited J.A. Cohen, who clarified that people who own instruments of production that augment their labor doesn't make them not part of the working class. So that's an interesting contradiction there. You said I have a flawed understanding of the Railway Act just because Biden exclusively imposed it on establishment unions. But he set the precedent for the ability to use that act to be imposed on any kind of union, as long as it conflicts with some kind of national security interest. That's the fucking point. Bringing up that pedantic point about how he just used it against the establishment unions. Yeah, because it's the establishment unions who at that time were trying to go on strike. If they weren't establishment unions, you don't think he would have done the same fucking thing? He probably would have done it quicker because he has no fucking reason to want to work with unions that aren't politically loyal to him. Now, you're saying that, counter-hegemonic is just about not having the right kind of rhetoric. Counter-hegemonic is just about having a specific kind of rhetoric. That's not what I'm saying, but whether you have unquestioning loyalty to the establishment, whether you can see there's a clear contradiction that, yes, the bourgeois hegemony of society is not the site of the kingdom of truth. You can't blindly trust the experts. That matters when you are trying to convince people to get on board with new ideas. Yes, that does fucking matter. It matters that people are able to question power, be suspicious of power, and act and vote in ways that contradict what the bourgeois hegemony is telling them to. So you can say that's just rhetoric, but why did MAGA people get labeled as domestic terrorists as of recent? Why is the government saying that something that happened a few years ago, you can't really talk about on YouTube, is like worse than 9/11? Because they acted in a way that is clearly not aligned with the bourgeois hegemony.
Well, I mean, they tried to break into a government building and potentially murder sitting congressmen. So, just that. Nothing serious.
So it's not just rhetoric; it's also action. Even your fellow Democrats recognize that when they say that Trump is the most dangerous fascist threat to democracy there is. I like that he's a threat to the so-called democracy. I think communism is also a threat to this sham of a democracy, and I want to unite with MAGA in crushing this veneer of a neoliberal democracy and establishing a state by, for, and of the American people.
Thank you so very much, Infrared, for your closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand it off to Dr. Ben for your closing statement. Right.
Yes, I'm sorry. You did actually ask me a question about 10 seconds before that. So I did point out that you were once again saying something that not only I didn't say, but that I'd actually just said in my previous statement. I'd reminded you that I didn't say, but you can't seem to stop yourself from lying about it, which is interesting. Obviously, I'm not making a claim about strict definitions. I said earlier, right, that that I'm talking about the way you can talk about an implicit definition, right, but both of us at various points have made claims about how Marx defined things, but then you pointed out this quote from Engels about not liking definition.
This is what annoys me about Ben Burgis's sort of attitude to this debate. He's treating Hawes like Hawes is a threat. Hawes is not a threat. He's not. I'm sorry. Hawes is Hawes is not a threat. He's pointing out like lies, etc., etc. Don't point out lies. Don't. Somebody like this, let's go out, seems to have forgotten what I just said a little bit earlier. Here, let me help you out. nothing more cruel and violent that you can do in a conversation like this than to be helpful to an opponent who you've hopelessly outmatched.
And I said, okay, fair enough. But let's look not just at definitions, but at the way overwhelmingly every time that Marx talks about class and capital, how does he talk about it? Now, the argument from chapter 23 was just a particularly vivid example because it was about how somebody in this sort of hypothetical case where it happened in a very quick and simple way would switch from being a member of the peasantry to a member of the working class, where the only difference is about what their relationship is to the means of production. Now, is that compatible with the way that you're understanding this? Yeah, fair enough, right? But it's also, but I think it is suggestive that over and over and over and over again throughout that book, whenever Marx is talking about class, the stuff he always brings up is about relationship to the means of production. You also seem to have forgotten what the context was of my point about the rail strike, which is not that I think that Biden wouldn't have done the same thing with independent unions. That wasn't my point at all, and I think you know that. I think you must know that. I have a hard time imagining you could possibly not know that. My point was that there's this giant contradiction at the heart of your views. On the one hand, you said that fuck the establishment unions. You're fine if all the establishment unions are totally crushed by right-wing union busting appointees to the NLRB, making a series of decisions that make it very difficult to form unions of any kind. But then, on the other hand, you're getting mad at Biden for crushing establishment unions. Now, I think you've got it right the second time and wrong the first time. You're right to be mad at Biden for imposing the deal on establishment unions. You're wrong to say, fuck the establishment unions, I don't care if they all go away, because what you're doing is you're wishing away what tiny little bit of power the American working class has in favor of nothing, in favor of, well, there's some rhetoric here that I like, that if you look at just the right parts, ignore all of the extremely intense anti-communist rhetoric in the MAGA movement, et cetera, and look at just the parts you like, that there's some rhetoric that sounds like something you can work with. And so you're just going to focus on that, even if supporting it, even if voting that way. You said acting and voting that way means that you're destroying what little power the working class has in this neoliberal hellscape. I also, of course, did not say that the blue-collar workers who support Trump are petty proprietors. You're making that up. What I said was that Trump's hardest core base of support was not workers at all, but petty proprietors, small business owners. That's Trump's hardest core base of support, which I think is true and is certainly contradicted by nothing you said. Of course, the majority of people who voted for Trump are members of the working class, just like the majority of people who voted for Biden are members of the working class. But just like you can make sense of saying that for example, that there's a particular sort of importance to certain kinds of PMC layers to the Democratic Party, I think you can make sense of saying that petty proprietors, not workers who might own their own sewing machine, but people who own their own businesses are the hardest core of the support of the MAGA movement. Final point, I don't know how long I have left, but I'm going to try to make this very quickly.
A little bit over a minute, or about a minute now.
About a minute? Okay. Final point. Just take a long step back from this. Haas admits that the Trump administration's foreign policy was in many important ways more interventionist, more in line with what the neocons wanted than the Obama foreign policy. I gave a bunch of examples of that earlier. Yet, somehow we're supposed to believe that we're striking a blow against the empire by voting for Trump and other MAGA Republicans. Trump is himself a billionaire. His movement and his rise to power was funded by other right-wing billionaires like Peter Thiel. But somehow we're supposed to believe that a billionaire who did everything in his power to crush unions, to deregulate, to get rid of workplace safety regulations, to cut taxes for rich people, that the movement behind that guy, because they don't like the mainstream media, they don't like Pfizer, that movement is so promisingly counter-hegemonic that for the sake of empowering it, you should be willing to destroy every single establishment union in the United States. That's insane, and it certainly has all of nothing to do with anything that anyone could call a form of socialism or communism.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ben. In fact, thank you, Infrared and Dr. Ben, for that lively back and forth, because we're about to go into the Q&A section. I want to keep on reminding everyone that both of our interlocutors' links are in the description below. So if you're like, I like what I just heard, you can head right down there and
You know
get
what?
more. Plus, if
I don't think we're going to get anything more out of this. I think what I'm going to look at now is the infrared subs. Is the fuck? What was that? What's it called? Do I still have it? I must still have it. Hang on. Let's see. Hawes's groundbreaking political theory. How far did we get? There was a debate here.
Communist theory of gender relations. Left and the right are not these two arbitrarily discrete tendencies.
Here we go.
They are just left and right are equal, metaphysically equal.
Oh, that's such a liberal take, Hawes. Come on.
None is necessarily
A wheel.
more true or more correct than the other. They attest to a central metaphysical paradox. Thank you so much, PJ.
Do you see the expansion of Islam into Spain and the Balkans as an extension of Mongol universalism?
You know, it's very mysterious, PJ, because where this is just about Islam and where this is about the Mongols is not very clear to me, right? The Spanish Reconquista was obviously the impetus of Islam. Basically is the reason the Spanish Empire came into existence. And the Spanish Empire was a claimant, it was an early modern empire, right? It was not an Anglo-Saxon empire, the Spanish Empire, but it was still kind of this proto-modern empire. So, whether it's about Islam or whether it's about the Mongols, or, as I like to say, the Mongols were part of the Islamic eschatology itself. It's very clear in the early days of Islam that there's an anticipation that these nomads, in the form of the Turks and the Scythians or whatever, that are outside of the gates of Alexander, of Dul-Qarnayn, the gates of Dul-Qarnayn in Persia, have this existential threat to the civilized world, which is pretty much the Roman empires,
Water
the
fluid.
Hellenistic world, and the Persian
Oh, hang on.
world,
Where do
right?
I...
And Islam is
Is
this
it
kind
here?
of religion, eschatologically anticipating this gates being open.
I am a Dugganist.
Thank you, Emila.
Also, please watch The Wolf in the
Dugganist.
Moonlight. Duggan
Yeah,
Ross.
A follower of
I'm
Alexander
trying to get around
Duggan.
to that. I did see that came out. Thank you so much, Emila. I appreciate
Hang
it.
on, hang on. Where
Okay,
to...
so that's why I'm like just kind of vaguely alluding to the whole Mongol modernity thing, because I want to put you guys on the track that I'm on, but there are contradictions, there are inconsistencies, there are unresolved questions, but very broadly and vaguely, I'm very confident that yes, there is really a connection here. That much is very clear to me, right? Anyway, So okay, the basic idea is that the modern political spectrum is itself the problem. The ways of articulating modern politics suffer from a problem. The same problem. The left and right both do not actually resolve. All right, let me just put it this way, because that's not necessarily what I mean. Okay, so let's just talk about. Let's talk about Hobbes.
Oh, there we are.
Let's talk about Hobbes.
I caught a pod?
Hypothesis. The owner discarded this pod and left it in safe mode.
now that we've gotten that hard part clear, this part should be kind of a breeze.
We got it. I wanted my extra pod.
Right? Modern political metaphysics. Hobbes. Hobbes is a reactionist trying to understand the deeper order of sovereign statehood. He is looking for the building blocks or primary substances that make up a state. Hobbes is a materialist. He is looking below for what makes a state. Okay? Think of him like a guy playing with Legos. He is looking for the right Lego pieces to make sense of.
Hang on. Sorry, I gotta look at this.
Piece together.
Hobbes is a reactionist. What the hell's a reactionist? Trying to understand the deeper order of sovereign statehood. He's looking for the building blocks or primary substances that make up a state. Hobbes is a materialist. He is looking below. Is that him writing in Old English or what? Think of him like a guy playing with Legos. He's looking for the right Lego pieces to piece together. I mean, I can kind of see where he's getting that from. This is overly simplistic, though. Hobbes is not the modern paradigm for the logic of the modern state as most political theorists treat it. Hobbes is an important step to where we are now, and he's influential now. Like, people refer to him in present day as if he has stuff to offer us now. But like I get the same thing with there are people who will sort of fetishistically orbit around Aristotle as if he just gave like the definitive account of I guess political ontology or whatever. And he didn't. He's influential, but he's only influential. It's not the final word at all. The more sophisticated and frankly at a certain finer grained resolution, the more influential thinkers are not going to be like the big names you cover in a survey class. Not really. Because how we read those people is going to be inflected by the people that they influenced and who wrote after them. In the case of Hobbes, it's in English, so it's less so by a slim margin. But like, for example, if you're reading Aristotle, what Aristotle means is going to be massively altered by who is translating him and who they were reading and what they understood. Because there's no such thing as like a one-to-one translation. Languages function differently. They have different points of reference. Often those points of reference are dead to us. In fact, it's basically universally the case. Anyways, I digress.
What makes the abstract modern universal state, okay?
Wait, hang on.
Stems.
He's looking for the right Lego pieces to piece together what makes the abstract modern universal. No, he's not talking. What does he mean by universal state? Universal state is not a Hobbesian idea. That's like, that sounds almost Hegelian. That's not Hobbes.
It's from Baconian metaphysical materialism, reductionism. The notion that all reality is reducible to, substances or atoms, right? Indivisible, self-same things that are indifferent to the content in reality, right? That makes sense?
No.
So, for example, Francis Bacon and Thomas Hobbes, they're dealing with this materialism according to which, all of reality can be reduced to these things, right? That are primary. These things are primary before reality. All the world of appearances. Now let me explain something interesting. Materialist Platonism inherent in English materialism.
What?
What is the materialist Platonism?
You got me stumped, Hawes. What's the materialist Platonism? You tell me.
The idea that senses do not actually how can we know the world with certainty? Through our senses, right? But our senses do not actually give only an imperfect impression of the real object. The real object, right, is base, vulgar,
Olgvar.
antecedent,
What?
pre-existing.
Okay.
Know,
I guess pre-existing
but
the
too
sense
perfect,
experience.
too sublime, too real to be sensed.
What?
Most a satanic inversion of Platonic forms, right?
No. No, Plato didn't think you could observe the forms themselves either.
Give me a second.
Man wants a second. We'll give him a second.
So that is kind of something going on in what we call English materialism, okay?
Attention, this is Carrier Blue Ridge 2. Requesting support from any
This is
friendly
not
units in range.
This is not
Based.
Kant's thing.
Based MAGA communism.
Thanks so
Let's
much,
spread it
Alexander.
far and wide among the masses.
Appreciate you. So this is not like Kant's thing.
But we can't hold them off for
Guys,
long.
forgive me, all this shit is off the top of my head, so just...
I believe you.
Right? This is not like Kant's thing, because Kant's thing in itself is an object of transcendental knowledge, not the senses. Okay, so that has to be like...
No, we can't know the thing in itself. It's not an object of knowledge at all. That's kind of the whole point. We can't get to things in themselves. Ugh.
strongly emphasized here. Not the senses,
This is
okay?
Carrier Blue Ridge 2.
Okay.
We need immediate backup from any available
So-
android forces.
There you go. Okay. All right. Well, for Hobbes, simply put, the foundation of modern politics lies in simple self-interest. The substance of the state is none other than the atomic individual. Now, this
No,
is
no, no,
kind
no,
of
no,
clear
no, no, no,
when
no,
it
not.
comes to
Hang on.
cynicism.
Slow
Actually,
down,
as
cowboy. No,
Americans-
no. The substance of the state is not the atomic individual. The state, in a sense, is insubstantial. The state is the result of atomic individuals in mutual relations with one another, and the resulting impressions put upon them in their imaginations by the particular form of a political body. The individual isn't the substance of the state. The individual is emergent from a relationship between atomic individuals.
We assume this. You ask Americans, what is a state? Oh, it's a collection of individuals. We assume that.
What?
Right?
Really?
Southwest of us.
That's just like a given to us. But
Do they assume that?
it's not.
They're
Most
wrong.
people, a state
By
is
every
beyond the
definition.
individual, right? It's not reducible to the cynicism of the individual. We have such a strong skepticism of big government and big states because we can't separate them from the individual, right? Well, the state is the rule of what? A corruptible, corrupt guy, a corrupt person, right? So you have to understand this idea, kind of philosophically at least, traces its origins here, right? In English materialism and in the European Enlightenment. And it's not always been a given throughout mankind's history that they view states this way, right? The idea that the state can be debased in the individual substances that make it up, right? So this is what this is what Hobbes is doing. Hobbes is basically taking a knife and butchering open the state to try and see what makes it the state, right?
No.
That's
no.
kind of
no.
the basic
No.
gesture of all modern science.
No, that's not what he's doing.
Is in this knife. Okay? So this is what Hobbes is doing.
No,
That's
it's
why
not.
it's a political metaphysics. That's why it is a political metaphysics. Okay?
Reverting back.
That's why it's a political metaphysics.
Wait, I'm still picking up a large enemy presence.
Didn't I kill
Okay.
that already?
What?
Now,
If it's that big, we should be able to see it.
now for Hobbes, the individual is the substance of the state. Because of a split between rational individual self-interest and the interest states that was very clear in the chaos of the English Civil War is also a reason why you might expect Hobbes to kind of ground the substance of the state and rational individual self-interest. Hobbes basically assumes that individuals
It's blocking close
and
range
their
attacks with EMP blasts.
rational self-interest precedes the state and is therefore the truth of the state. The state just emerges out of some aggregation of individual. Locke is somewhat similar. Individuals come together and agree to protect each. I'm right here, right? Rights on some contractual basis, yada yada yada. Right? Am I correct
No.
about Locke to have this impression of him? I'm gonna confess to you, I've never read Locke. I just have this vague impression of him.
Okay, I believe you. That's fine. Locke never acknowledges Hobbes in his writing, as far as I am aware. I think he might briefly at some point, just off the top of my head. But this is sort of noted. His engagement with Hobbes is very minimal, if non-existent. It's been a hot minute, but that's my understanding. Okay, this is us talking, I think.
Some kind of
The retaliation. Yeah, that's me. There we go. Just look, dude. Look. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. Are we still talking?
social contract in which a people decide that a government has to reflect and represent its interests.
No, this. Oh God, did I take up his whole stream? I might have. Whether. Oh, so there really is nothing here. That took up the whole stream. Well, Kajev. So Kajev seems to be somebody whose Haas is red. He talks about Kajev a
In the
lot.
form of the unity between the particular substantive reality and the universal state, such that its universality is no longer abstractly set against its real determinate content, but itself becomes the determinate representation. That is why Hegel is pro-monarchy. The monarch cannot be justified by any legal form. The monarch stands as the point of exception of the universal state, which represents its harmonious reconciliation with the prior and particular reality, people, civil society, etc. Okay. Okay. So for Hegel, universal state, unity of the particular and the universal as the resolution of modernity's contradiction. Marx rejects Hegel's solution. For Marx, the universal state of the modern is set against the
Oh, I might have health.
real particular reality of the
Oh,
proletariat,
damn.
the class of laborers. Thinks labor is the particular material reality which can only be united with the universal of human community via communism. Okay, that's Marx, by the way. But still, there's a conceptual use of this idea of the universal state. It's just Marx is more specific. So Hegel.
Did we review the Substack yet? Yeah, we did. There's literally nothing there. Like it's practically empty. There's 2 long essays that bear on anything, and there's almost no substance to them. It's actually kind of incredible.
We'd love a part
Marx,
2 if you have more to say.
Okay. Thank you so much, ABC Minded. Monarchy.
Electromagnetic interference.
Hegel, universal class.
Like basically what we've got is
civil.
Haas pulling stuff out of his ass in live debates. These incoherent buzzwords that aren't buzzword-filled indie essays a la Moldbug on his Substack. And we have him doing a survey of modern political philosophy pulled completely out of his ass here. Like, there's nothing to work with.
Servants. Marx, universal class, proletariat. That's an example, for example. Okay. Thank you so much, ABC Minded. I have to explain Kojev now, okay? Kojev. Hegelian universal state begins with the resolution of the slave dialectic.
Are you Yorha?
My hands are so fucking tired, holy shit. I'm trying to like speedrun this. The master-slave dialectic, fuck,
Don't worry, we'll take it from here.
begins with a something similar as Hobbes' war of all against all. Basically, 2 guys fight each other. One guy is stronger, the other guy weaker. The stronger guy beats the weaker guy. Now the weaker guy can either fight to the death or submit to slavery. It's about proving your life. Whoever can prove they have balls and don't fear death wins. Okay?
I'll help aid.
Proving your life is to earn recognition. If you can prove you have something to die for, then prove to the other,
This thing's armor is too thick. We need more firepower.
be recognized
Let's try
by
for a
the
more
other
direct approach.
Direct? Oh, right.
That's right. Lay down some
as
fire
a
in its
fully
stupid mouth.
constituted human subject. Someone who is worth something. Something worth dying for, right? Okay. Alright. So that's Kojev's idea. Kojev's idea of the universal state. to the post-World War II international order, which is founded on universal human rights, or the universal recognition, freedom, and the unity, particular with the
We gotta bail, 2B. This is bad.
form of the.
You're the goat for dealing with a jigsaw like that.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you taking on these cowards and educating us.
Okay. So that's kind of like Kojev. And
That enormous machine is an ancient
that's
weapon.
their resolution.
It was designed
Now, more or
to
less,
annihilate the android.
my
It
critique
allowed
of
us going out of
Kojev
control.
and Hegel.
I was part of the machine
Universal
network
state
when it
is not
happened,
one
so I
state.
remember it.
The universal state is in reality a civilization state.
No one could figure out how
It
to
is a
stop it.
determinate
We eventually
universality
marooned it deep in the ocean,
based
but
on
it seems to be searching for a way back.
specific civilization.
Hey, 2B, I think I have another
Civilization
idea. Keep
states,
that thing
not
right where it is, okay? What?
abstract,
Please, 2B,
liberal,
it's gonna work.
universal state, are the resolution of modern political antagonism.
9S is leaving the front lines.
Okay,
Proposal: 9S should be
the
reported to
partisan.
command as a deserter.
No!
Fuck, this is too much, right? Basic idea. Oh my god, it's like too much to dive into. I can't even speedrun this. Thank you so much, Mecha. Appreciate you. Partisan.
2B, I'm going to see if I can get
Outside
those missiles back on
the
shoulder,
political
but I need you to
spectrum.
destroy the EMP unit on that thing's
Left
back.
wing
Otherwise, they're just going to
because
go off course.
revolutionary change. Coded right wing because forcing modern order. The adjust to the real telluric material order of real life. Changing the open window. Okay. Partisan is outside. Which, while unaligned with unipolar, is in fact aligned with a determinate civilizational polarity. Which retrocausally creates itself via the partisan irregular volume. Political partisan resists the smooth continuum of modern politics, representing and embodying the difference itself, rather than the ways folks partisan, greater emergence of the partisan empire, indeterminate, telluric land empires of lost Mongol modernity. Ultimate malign sovereignty as a polarity for determinate globality. Partisanship, partiality, polarity.
There's nothing here. There's nothing here. It's just I'm gonna pop on something else. I'm gonna run to the washroom quick, and then we're gonna watch something more interesting than this, because dear God. Oh. Like, if you're gonna do the political theory thing, that's fine, but like, you know, do it. I don't know what this is. It's like LARPing. Ugh. I'll be one moment.
that's my.
All right, here we go. This is Destiny getting his ass handed to him once again by somebody who actually knows what they're talking about.
But again, like that's my argument. Like I think that everybody steals from everybody, and all art is ultimately derivative, and then we add something special new to it, and then that's what makes it what it is. I'm not going to disagree that there are unique things to the arrangements.
I just need you to walk back and see this point.
But the question was over the music.
You do, though,
not
because you
the
literally
question
said
was
it's
over the
influenced or
music.
derived
The
99%
question was
copy
over the
or 95.
music.
Here's my
Wait,
question.
hold on, wait. What, and then you can ask. Wait, you can ask your question. You can ask your question. I just want to say, whatever number we settle on at the end, will you tweet it with me at the end?
Your factory sucks. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Hi, what's up?
Hi, how's it going? Not much. I just woke up a little bit ago, so thanks for having me on.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in Pacific, so I usually wake up around like 11 or like noon or something like that.
You're slacking, but okay, that's all right.
Yeah. It's good to be here in the morning, of course. So I basically wanted to come on and talk to you about your claim in which you say, quote unquote, no, the early blues was not influenced by or derived from. It was 99% copied from European classical music. I agree with you fundamentally that a lot of, if not the majority of material in the blues can be traced back to European origins, but I'm gonna need you to at least walk back 99% and then we'll start from there.
Okay, do you want to do like 95%?
I would say probably 80.
Okay, so this is part of a broader conversation. Okay, so let me walk you through my thought process on this. Mm-hmm. So, all of the music. Firstly, okay, I'm a music school flunky, so when I'm asking you this, I'm not trying to pull credentials. I'm just curious.
I have a degree in music theory, music composition.
Gotcha. Okay, awesome, cool.
I'm
all
a
right.
music scholar.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so when we talk about music in the Western world, you are very familiar that we are incredibly westernized in almost every sense of the word. The quantization of rhythm, we have a very Western perception of that. The fact that two instruments even sound the same can be a Western concept. The way that we arrange.
I don't agree with that.
That's not.
I don't agree with that. Two instruments have a tendency to sound the same because pitched instruments have a tendency to be harmonic. So that's more a property of like general acoustics and the harmonic series operating. There are very
That's such a weird thing to say.
Which are inharmonic, except for tubular bells and a couple of different instruments like that. So, by default, most instruments around the world sound similar because they're producing harmonic series. That's also why we tend to see early humans fall into intonation patterns that aren't perfectly described by 12, because the harmonic series exists regardless if we like that or not. So, that's why a lot of instruments sound similar. Like the template for the banjo as it exists in blues and bluegrass comes from a North African lute, right? So I mean, like, that alone is a derivation that, as you would say, derivation to me is like fundamental enough to where it suggests the influence from North African culture or the greater African diaspora in such an extent that saying it's 99% copied from European folk or European classical music is pretty untenable just on that front alone. That's
sure. So
not even so that's like just timbre.
Sure.
And
okay. So
counting, like vocal patterns.
Yeah. Wait.
Yes.
Before we get into this, so when you talk about how an instrument sounds, you use that word at the end there called timbre. That has nothing to do with the harmonic series. In my understanding,
actually, it has everything to do with the harmonic series. Timbre is the way that our ear perceives the gestalt, the totality of the sound that hits us, and the totality of the sound that hits us is defined by a lot of different parameters. But the unique balance between the overtones and the inharmonic information
am I just not going to get to say anything
inside
at
the
all?
sound is the origin of timbre. That's what timbre is.
Jesus Christ, what was
every single pitch.
Oh my God!
Is produced.
What a bitch! He just had his ass handed to him right there. He just got told by somebody who actually has expertise in the field, no, you're actually categorically wrong. It's actually the direct opposite of what you just said. And he immediately goes to his chat, mutes himself to her. Am I going to be able to talk at all? What a just absolutely pathetic. Have some fucking dignity, man.
Sing a harmonic series, yes?
Mostly, yes.
Or is it possible not to? My understanding is that almost every single pitch that is produced is going to have within it.
Yeah, technically with electronic sounds, you can use a sine wave. A sine wave is a single tone, a pure oscillation, or the closest approximation of an oscillation.
Oh, I love
you
this
can
person.
also fall into instruments which are inharmonic. For example, when you hit a crash cymbal, the behavior of that cymbal generates a density of inharmonic partials. There's other instruments that exist out there as well, which are fundamentally inharmonic, and that's why human culture has been obsessed with bells for so long. Church bells, tubular bells, because they are fundamentally inharmonic and they have a unique property to them. But yeah, most pitches will produce a harmonic series. That's true.
Sure. Okay.
It
So
depends on the behavior of
yeah,
the
yeah.
instrument.
So backing up, I don't know if I would necessarily say that like that. Well, before we're getting into like, okay, let me back up to the first thing that I said. In terms of having like a consistent set of instruments that sound the same, I don't mean that like every single instrument sounds the same or produces a similar type of harmonic series or has a similar timbre. What I mean is the fact that like if I write something that like it's going to be scored for like 3 trumpets and 1 trombone or something, that like that style of arranging pieces for like a certain group of people, or that there's an expectation that an ensemble will look a certain way, is in a way a lot of that is like kind of Western in terms of how we organize like ensembles and stuff, right?
Yeah, so that's what I was getting at in some of my points when I was talking about performance practice. So performance practice is the context and the setting in which performances occur in different cultures. And the fact that the performance practice is so different between European classical music and the blues tradition is further evidence to the fact that we can't say it's 99% derived from European classical music. They have entirely different performance practices. I mean, a lot of the blues performance practice grows out of the responsorial call and response from the early spirituals, work songs from the early black church music, which of course did have influence from some of the.
But even when we say
music,
things
course,
like things like call and response and spirituals,
God,
like,
he's
where did this come from?
He's so eager to just salvage his like the positionality he's tried to engender, where he has some kind of expertise on music. Like what this could be is a really like positive conversation in which he's just educated by the person. He's like, yeah, okay, oh, that's interesting. I thought about it like that, and so on. But he's trying to save his ego, and he looks like a fool. The scandal is not that this is a lapse. This is how he is all the time. The problem is most people aren't actually equipped to take him to task like this. This goes for a lot of people, of course. It's just he's profoundly obnoxious about it.
Right? The idea of like call and response in a church setting that came from call and response as part of like masses that were being written by European composers and everything, right? So like all of the origination is still ultimately coming from, not to say that there weren't changes or differences that were made as these like things were adapted, but I'm just saying that like very, very clearly all of this is happening within the Western musical framework.
Okay, so first off, there's a couple things that I want to talk about. You have I noticed in your argument that we were having last night, you have a tendency to basically take away the let's say, let me phrase this better. Okay, I'll use an example to demonstrate. So if we were to go over to Bali and we were to study gamelan, what we would find is that the rhythmic arrangement of their music, technically you and I would hear it and we'd write it down as quarter notes and whole notes and half notes, right? So technically we could say, well, see, gamelan doesn't have any interesting rhythms because it's all quarter notes, half notes, and whole notes. But if you look at the cultural practice of how they create gamelan, you'll see that the way that their rhythmic conception works is based on something called a call-atomic cycle, which is like a circular clock. So yes, technically we can say and we can write it down in quarter notes and eighth notes and half notes, but that completely misses the context of how that sound was created. Just because we can approximate or capture the behavior of a musical style in the Western style doesn't mean that that's where it came from, right? So
sure, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but like a lot of these early horn players are going to have backgrounds like playing like more contemporary or more contemporary at the time, more like classical things. Like it's not like, I don't think they were taking trumpets and then trying to recreate on trumpet like something that their mother sang that came over as a slave or something, right?
Okay,
like,
so what I'm arguing is that the elements of the blues are more fundamental than that. So what you're arguing, I think, is more about jazz. And I would agree with you, jazz has much more influence from European classical music than the blues does. But specifically in the blues, the sort of thread that created that did come from the African diaspora. And we can see a lot of stylistic trends that reflect from that still in it. So, where you're seeing the call and response coming from European church music and then that being sort of pushed into the African American spaces in the Deep South, we see that call and response behavior as a fundamental component of various African music. Obviously, there's too big a diversity. It's a diaspora. It's not like there's one African style that made blues, and it's not like it's only an African style. It is a mixture between European classical, sure, European folk, yeah, but also African folk. And it feels like you're sort of completely eroding the autonomy of the African folk thread in that process. I mean, your initial claim was, in fact, the blues is so copied from European classical music, it's not even derivative.
So the first time I saw Destiny bring up his, I guess, background in musical theory was in the Eric Stryker debate, and he did very well there. Primarily because Eric Stryker was fetishizing classical music as a thing that just like elevated, enlightened Western men listened to, as opposed to like pop trash or whatever. But he said something that struck me as very strange, as a non-expert in music myself. He said, "Oh well, classical music's like actually really fucking boring." It's like, that's a strange sentence. That's a strange sentence. It's not complex. It's like more simplistic than modern pop music or something like that, which is not true. Most modern music, pop music, soundtrack music, etc., is derivative to the point almost of plagiarism on the pieces that he would probably be lumping under classical music. That was a weird thing. And once again, like I'm seriously wondering, because my area of expertise is narrow, if this clown hasn't bullshitted his competence in basically every single thing he's touched. Like literally everything, without exception. And it's just the humility of people who actually know better to like find out and pin those things down that has allowed them to get away with it. Because that's just a silly and stupid statement to make. And here once again, like his attitude to being corrected by somebody who knows better than him, by a like who's just completely out of his depth, is to sulk and to whine to his audience and to try and make himself feel big. It speaks to a very rotten mindset when that's your public response to an embarrassment like this. Like the thing you do when you have somebody who is actually schooling you on a topic, is if you don't trust that they're doing so in good faith and that they're pulling the wool over your eyes because they're able to navigate the field better, postpone the conversation, say, hey, look, send me some resources, let me look over this, we can reconvene. Or let them teach you. One or the other. Eric Stryker made almost the same argument as Destiny is doing now? Really?
I would at least...
You run. Actually, Gruely, we spent about 15 to 17 hours, actually a bit more than that, on stream preparing for a debate which Destiny agreed to, which he started to prepare for, which he ran from. The only person who has run from any interaction, as far as me and Steven are concerned, is Steven. And he didn't even evacuate in like an honorable way, where he said, hey, you know what? Not in the mood anymore. I got my Sneeko stuff going on. I just want to grow my channel. That'd be one thing. That'd be a greasy and slimy thing to do, but at the very least, it would be like upfront. What he actually did was just ghost. He agreed, and then went dead silent once he went through the beginnings of our research and realized that he was fucked. Because he had made palpably false statements in the premise of the debate itself. Like, there was no way for him to win. So he just ran. He ran. And the last time I interacted with him, he had a planned ambush of 5 allies in a panel with a biased moderator. That's what it takes to get Steven to be brave enough to deal with somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. It's actually really pathetic. It's really pathetic. Like, he's basically low-functioning Twitch Joffrey at this point.
I just want you to walk that back and say, okay, maybe it is derivative. And
Well,
then
I
if
thought I
once
said it
we
was
start
derivative.
there
People
doing-
got really mad at the word derivative because they assumed that derivative is an insult. I think that was the argument that you or other people were making.
The reason why I got on and
Wait, hold on, wait, let me, hold on, wait, because you're talking a million miles a second. I can't even respond. I'm not trying to do this debate. It's a topic that's interesting.
I don't-
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
let me.
I
Okay.
have
So
a
I'm gonna back up
conversation.
and I'm gonna lay out my whole thing, and then we can go from there. Okay. So my understanding is that, and I said this earlier in stream, there might be like these early inflection points of like blues where it was more like pure.
Here's
like,
the fact
very,
of the matter: anybody with an undergraduate's education in almost any single topic that he talks about, who's actually tried, can run circles around this dipshit. He's basically Paris Hilton at this point. He's where he is, only because of where he is. He got some early publicity, sort of like what's his name? That Caleb Kane guy? Was that what he was called? That guy who was like, oh, I got saved from the right, and now I'm de-radicalizing people. He got some early news coverage. He's like, oh, look, it's a charismatic professional gamer who's arguing with rightoids. Okay. And that's it. That's it. He had some high-profile debates, and as a result of the large orbit he garnered as a result of those highly publicized events, people then started interacting with him to make money off of the audience that he could provide. And that's literally it. He has nothing to offer. He can't. At this point, every single conversation he seems to get in is just an exercise in him either litigating his sex life endlessly with random creeps he's brought into his bedroom for some reason, or it's him doing damage control because he said some stupid shit and he's trying to still look like the man afterwards. Which is one of the reasons why he cycled out his entire audience for the lowest common denominator on this platform. Because they're the only people who buy that. It's sad. Like there was a period in time, and this was the case for Vosh too, but he hasn't degenerated in the same way. There was a period of time where he was actually having interesting conversations with interesting people. I want to say like a year and a half ago, maybe a little bit more than that. Whereas, if you look now, all of the people he interacts with are a bunch of like people who are trying to imitate him when it's too late. Like, watch Wicked Supreme talk. The guy doesn't know anything. He has no interest in anything. He has nothing to offer. His entire shtick is he tries to talk like Destiny. That's it. And he's older, too. He's got to be like 36, 37. Like, these people are almost middle-aged. It's embarrassing.
Very much like a lot of people today wouldn't even understand if they heard it. Like, this came from very much like these, their grandmas, great-grandmas, or whatever, and like nobody. But largely speaking, the early origination of this style of music was a mixture of some people had habits that they picked up in the fields. It could have been like these call and response songs. It could have been spirituals. A lot of these were influenced by the church, by masses that had been written that were of the European style, and then it was kind of adapted and sung and done differently when people adopted it in the United States. And that out of this, it kind of grew, and then it collided with a lot of the European traditions of here's instruments, here's 12-tone, here are the way that we harmonize things, here are the organizations of sounds, of cadences, of all these things, and at the end what you get is what is really like apparently this is like a white supremacist term, so I don't want to trigger anybody by bringing this up, but like in terms of like Schenkerian analysis, like we can look at like very early, or not very early, but at least like early blues and especially jazz stuff, but I guess we'll leave aside jazz for next time I'm talking about it, but like blues stuff, and it all makes sense, right? Everything here makes sense, right? We've got our dominant sevens, we've got our appropriate resolutions, like we've got our 12-tone, we've got our quantization of rhythm, we've got like the way that the melodies and everything are organized, we've got the structure of songs, all of it like pretty much makes sense with like a unique kick to it that came from the people, the African Americans, the slaves, and the descendants of them, that like made it a little bit unique and then caused it to branch off to become like the blues and then jazz and then rap and hip hop and all that stuff after on. So the original point, the original point that I was trying to make before everything, and then you can go do your thing, was that like all of music and culture tends to be copied from other things. That's just the nature of everything. Nobody is ever really like creating a unique thing at any point in time. That's fine when it happens. It's beautiful when it happens. It's cool. That's how we get like really cool, unique stuff. Yeah. But it seems like there is this huge push of, I'm trying to think of a friendly way to say this, but of like, oh my God, like we need to give black people credit for everything and we can't say any of it came from here. And it's like, that's so cringe. Like all of it was heavily like the fact that they were playing the instruments, using the harmonies, using the 12-tone, using the rhythm quantization, using the style, like all of it is like very clearly heavily European inspired. But that was parallel. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so first off, the rhythmic quantization came after. That wasn't initially there in the practice. Now, of course, we don't have recordings back in the 1800s that we can reference.
Yeah.
However, it's pretty well known.
I actually know this because Robert Walker, who was my professor, I know nothing about music, but he ran a music shop. And it was actually really depressing. I had a conversation with him in his office. We were talking about like career prospects. I think this is probably fine for me to say. And I asked like, okay, so there's like nothing in political theory in Western Canada. There's like political philosophy programs in like Ontario or whatever. Where do I go? He's like, honestly, like what would you do? Where would you go if you were in my position? Oh, I would open up a music shop. Well, thanks. I guess I'll just go fuck myself then. Thank you, Rob. No, he was great. But he brought up this point, which is funny to hear. It's just funny.
That the forced African diaspora, people coming into that as slaves, weren't very good at reading, couldn't read, didn't understand European literature, right? So the idea that they designed their rhythms around pre-quantized rhythms doesn't make sense. This was a primarily oral tradition that became written down afterwards. Like, yes, it's true that different humans like tend to quantize rhythm across the world, but that doesn't mean because European tradition created quantization that can explain different rhythms, that's what created the blues rhythms. The blues rhythms came out of oral tradition, out of people playing and just making music. And then after the fact, that was written down. And the fact that it can be written down in European style doesn't mean that undermines the autonomy of the initial Genesis seed that created that rhythmic style. I mean, if we listen to European classical music, it doesn't move the same as the blues at all. And you may say, oh, that's nitpicky. Technically, it's also quarters and eighths. But microrhythm is a reflection of tradition. So the reason why the blues feels the way that it does, the reason why the swing feels the way that it does, is because of the very fact it isn't European classical music. It came from a different tradition, and that tradition is a mixture between, obviously Afro-Cuban music, African music, European music, American folk music. Yes, it is a hodgepodge. It is a synthesis. I'm not debating that. Every piece of music is a synthesis. But it seems like you're taking this thread of quantization so far that you're actually reducing and stripping away the autonomy of the traditional style that came into that. Another
she's
thing
so
too,
good.
So that's just on the rhythmic front, okay? Another thing, harmonically, yeah, okay, they're playing dominant 7 chords, sure. But even the way in which the dominant 7 chords are voiced relative to like the root position of the movement, that's not very common. I mean, you don't really hear 4 dominant to 5 dominant to 1 dominant in European classical music. You don't hear that. You might hear it in like an extended like.
Why are you doxing? I'm not doxing my professor. My professor is like a world-renowned scholar, critic of international relations theory. He's massively cited. People know who he is. It's not doxing him. He's not even in the country anymore.
Secondary dominant chain, or maybe where you have like you substitute the 2 chord for a 4 chord and you make the 4 chord dominant, kind of like a backdoor 2-5-1. But you don't really hear like 1-7 4-7 5-7 4-7 5-7 1-7 in European classical. It's just not really there. So even though they're still using, like blues musicians are still using harmonic devices that came from or could be quantized or played on a 12 equal instrument, it's not really reflective of the European style. It has its own unique energy. And of course, there are absolutely traces and big components of European music. Another thing, you're mentioning that, it uses 12-tone equal temperament. It uses Western instruments. Well, yeah, because, my argument, as I said in the thread, is that we basically have African folk traditions being rendered in a Western environment in a uniquely African American culture. So it's like it is its own unique tradition, and we can't say it's 99% derived from European classical music. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, there are big components of European music, but of course they're going to be playing on Western instruments because they were literally taken into America, and what other instruments are you going to get? They couldn't play koto, they couldn't play mabira, right? Those instruments weren't around. Those instruments were removed from slaves. So of course they're going to pick up a guitar that's rendered in 12 equal because that's what's being produced at the time. So I don't think that, the fact it's being produced on Western instruments really says that it's from the European tradition, right? Yes, the instruments are European instruments primarily, but it's because they were literally brought into a country that only had those resources,
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all there, but that I think that goes to my argument. That's part of what we talk about when we say like cultural imperialism, right? Or cultural like indoctrination, is that like you're going to have things that are going to be superimposed on you because of the society that you exist in. So the fact that they are playing these instruments, or the fact that they are playing like even like the style of I don't want to say the style of notes they are, but like things within like a 12-tone system, like that might look different absent. Like, do you think that 12-tone existed in like African music prior to? Because you made a face there. Okay, yeah. So that's what I mean when I said that, right?
Evidence of that.
Yeah, exactly.
However, the earliest evidence of 12-tone is actually a Chinese music theorist. So we would actually maybe do better arguing in this case if we were to take it to that level, the way that you're saying, whoever thought of it first, it's kind of that's their ownership. We would
No,
actually
wait,
say
wait,
that
no,
12
no,
equals
wait.
10.
You're morally loading it a lot.
Okay.
If you want to make the argument that, like, well, actually, Destiny, European music just ripped from early Chinese, I'm not going to disagree with you if that was the fact of the matter. Yeah, because that might be the case that 12-tone system originated from China. If that is true, I haven't heard that. That might be true, but if that is true, then yeah, I would say yeah, of course it does. But again, like that's my argument. Like I think that everybody steals from everybody, and all art is ultimately derivative, and then we add something special new to it, and then that's what makes it what it is. Sure. I'm not going to disagree that there are unique things to the arrangements.
I just need you to walk back and see this point. Blues was not 99% copied from European classical music. Can you see that? Can you see that point?
What percent do you want me to come to? You said 80? I feel like to give a percentage,
well, it
like
depends. Okay, there's a difference.
Wait, let me finish. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
When you say 80%, the problem is I feel like there are so many like here's a point that I made earlier, okay? If somebody were to look at like the blues and somebody were to look at like Bach, okay, and then they were to play these two things next to each other, I think in the Western world, a lot of people would hear these things like, oh my God, these are totally different. These are completely different styles of music. But the reality is that in the Western world, we kind of have how music works, and they share a lot of similarities. Or we can not do blues. We can say hair metal and Bach or whatever if you want to, right? That there are going to be probably a lot more things similar to these things than if you go outside of that and you go to like older like Eastern music or African music, where we're moving away from 12-tone. We're moving away sometimes from scales altogether. We're getting to like totally different instruments that are pitched in different ways, right? So that when I say that like if to go down to like 50% or like 60% or 70%, I feel like that betrays how similar all of the Western styles of music are compared to the vast world of music that exists outside of our relatively narrow conception of like what music is, right?
Yeah, but it seems like you're greatly diminishing the influence that other cultures had on the formation of the blues. So we already talked about how the rhythmic framework isn't similar, and the rhythmic framework expresses information from other traditions outside.
I wish I had more time. This makes me want to like read music theory so badly.
While obviously rendered in the
There's
context
just too
of
much
Western
out there.
so forcing them into 12-note equal temperament. Harmonic devices are unique in some capacity, not entirely, of course. Melodic characterizations we haven't even gotten to yet. I mentioned the intonations, the blue notes, and you kind of.
That's why I appreciate people like this. They don't use their knowledge to foreclose investigation into these subjects. Just tell you Neil deGrasse Tyson style, and if you just follow these rules, the cosmos is yours, and just kind of turn it into like just a gray box. They make you interested. They make you actually want to like pick up a book and read about it. I'd love to talk to this person at some point, if that's at all physically possible. Or at the very least get some reading recommendations. I'll see if I can't DM her on Twitter.
On me about that on Twitter. In fact, I even got a DM from someone in your community who told me to kill myself, which I thought was really crazy because we're just talking about music.
Yeah,
I know
that's how the internet goes.
Yeah, that's not you. I know. And there was also okay. So to get to that point though, the micro intonation stuff. Here's what I'm arguing.
Fuck, I feel like I've written down so much stuff that I haven't gotten a response to, but okay.
I know. Hold on. Well, I'm going down this list, right? So we addressed.
I'm going down a list. Because there's a lot of other stuff.
I'm not going down a list. It's a mental list. I'm just.
Well, I'm writing a physical list. I'm trying to keep track of this shit. But okay, go for it.
Let's go. I'll talk all day long about this topic.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So think about it this way. All I'm trying to argue is that it's more a synthesis. You seem to view it as the predominant tradition that gave birth to the blues was the European classical tradition. If you would have said European folk music, I would have walked a little back further because I think that that's a little closer of an argument. But the fact that you say the predominant aspects and a tradition of the blues is coming from European classical music is just wrong. I think it's much closer to say that the predominant threads or the sort of particles that gave way to the blues are much more present in, let's say, I don't want to just say African music because it's really a mixture of African, of Afro-Cuban, and then sort of coming together in the African-American South. But there's so many elements that are obvious and clear in the auditory components of the blues, which reflect another tradition giving way to that style, which isn't just the European tradition. We can see that in the nuances around rhythm. We can see that in the nuances around melody and intonation. We can see that in the nuances around chord choice. We can see that in the nuances around timbre. We can see that in the nuances around rhythm. We can see that in the nuances around song structure and song form. We can see that in the nuances around the actual lyricism and the song format, or the song content itself. And we can see that in the texture, because, you know, blues is inherently more antiphonal than other musical textures, and that's pretty unique. You know, that has been gone from European classical music since pretty much the 1500s. So when we collect all of those auditory features and cultural features in the blues and we put them next to each other, it's pretty clear that there's a big traditional influence coming into the style, which isn't just the European style. That's what I'm arguing.
Yes. Okay. So the issue that I would have with the word like synthesis is that it feels like when I think of like blues, okay, if I think of the synthesis of whatever African Americans brought with them, or their ancestors brought with them, and then collided that with the European classical tradition to create blues, rather than thinking of it as two things colliding, it feels more to me like the blues is like a topping on like a cake, to where the big fundamental part is the cake, and then like the newly added stuff were the toppings that were sprinkled afterwards that were like the blues. That's why I say that like it's predominantly, like even when you talk about things that are different, they are different, but it's still different in a way, it feels to me in ways that like romantic music was different from like classical era music. Like it bends and breaks some of the rules. So you bring up like the blues being like a dominant 7 to like a 4 dominant 7 to a 5 dominant 7 is or like a 5 dominant 7 to 4 dominant 7 would be, I'm pretty sure would be like a retrogression. You would never really write that like chord progression, and I agree with you, but it still can be understood within the context of like, I know what these chords are, I know what these notes are, like I understand like kind of what's going on here and how I can like move around these things. That's not to say that they didn't add anything new or do anything different, but it's still like understood that foundational, like here is like all of the hard underneath part, and then here is like the interesting stuff that we're adding on top that's making it substantially different from what the classical music was, I guess. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sort of, but I feel like that particular argument implies that the early blues musicians had some education in European classical music. Like you keep referencing the traditional harmonic structures, you keep referencing the quantized rhythms, right? I mean, they had exposure to some of that, I'm sure, but it's not like individuals who were working in fields singing spirituals and work songs were very aware of European classical music, but yet those were still the preliminary threads that gave way to a lot of the melodic characteristics in the blues, a lot of the textual characteristics in the blues, and a lot of the structural characteristics in blues in terms of song structure, not in terms of harmonic structure. But I mean, that alone feels like you inherently can't say that, oh, blues is just like, you know, it's basically European classical music with some extra toppings, because it implies that the artists who were creating that initially were like well versed in European classical music or were steeped in it. Do you think people were allowing like traditional slaves into concert halls a lot of the time? I don't think so. They're probably staying at home.
Hold on. When we talk about the difference between what is it, like vernacular versus there's another term for it, for like how music was arranged and created in the past. There were some people that are might be, I don't remember this one, but like there are some people that like, my way of doing music is I go to a concert hall and I sit there in my, you know, my white powdered wig and I listen to the music or whatever. But that's not how like music is disseminated to the masses all the time, right? Look, when you say educated in classical European music, that might just mean listening to the songs of the day, that like it could have been literally the fucking slave masters that were playing those songs, or how those people playing those songs, or it could have been like I don't know how true this is, but like because a lot of this is like stuff I've heard and remember from school, so maybe it's bullshit or not, but like a lot of like different types of slaves or women were trained to play instruments and play in the styles of other composers or whatever from like the people that owned them as slave owners. So when I say that like a lot of this is heavily European inspired, I don't mean that like in between, you know, working the fields they were going to, you know, get their, you know, music theory core curriculum 5 class done. I just mean that like that's what they were inundated as like part of like Western music. Yeah.
But they weren't. They were inundated with their own songs. That's what I'm saying. There was still a cultural tradition of people who were enslaved producing music together, working together. And that tradition is fundamentally baked into the blues in such an inalienable way that it is essential to the tradition. And further, the reason why I brought up the fact that slaves were probably not learning European music wasn't because that was my perspective. It's because you drew the comparison. You drew the analogy that blues is to the European tradition possibly like classical and romantic art, where romantic evolved out of classical. That's not the same parallel, because the romantic composers were acutely and distinctly aware of the classical composers. They studied their music. They knew their music. They studied, they went to the Gradus ad Parnassum and studied counterpoint. They studied all of these traditions. And so that's why it's very fair to say, romantic music evolved out of classical. Romantic music is a derivation of classical music. That's fair to say, because the people making romantic music were acutely aware of classical music. But the African slaves who were imported here against their will were not, they were not steeped in that European tradition. They still kept their traditional songs and their traditional behaviors, even though it was adapted and wrapped around
so
a Western
I could be
context.
totally
And that inherently creates a synthesis between styles.
I could be totally wrong here, and if I am, then I am. But like, there weren't spirituals in Africa, were there? My understanding is that when slaves came here, that being introduced to spirituals, this was music of the church, and it wasn't African people coming from Africa and creating church music. It was the African American adaptation of the church music that was already played in the United States in the European tradition, essentially, or the early American tradition, I guess, right? When we think of some of the most like recognizable like early like pre-blues music, and we think of like those African spirituals, we think of like even the Hollow, the Column from the Field. Some of that might have been, some of the styles might have been inspired by things that were brought over from Africa, but the cake, that foundation, the notes they were singing, the songs that they were even based off of, all of those were European in origin.
Yes and no. So I will give you that point that the spirituals were very influenced by sort of European church tradition, but I think you're also once again missing. It's not like when these people were imported, it's not like they just like forgot that they ever made music back there, where they were imported from. It's like those threads still exist, and those wrap into.
You think that if Vosh had the exact same take as Destiny here, he would also be this immobile on it? Vosh tends to be pig-headed about strategic moves he makes, not about like academic positions that he holds. So it's a little bit smarter, because his ego isn't in him knowing stuff. His ego is in him being pragmatic and correct from a strategic point of view. So generally, like, for example, with the tactical misogyny thing, dug in his heels, which was a massive mistake. But that wasn't because, he was trying to defend his honor as, like, a robust thinker. That's because he did not like the idea, at least this is my read on it, he didn't like the idea of basically being told by people who he didn't see as operating in the same sphere as him, that getting your hands dirty rhetorically in some way was in some sense either ethically impermissible or strategically non-viable. It was strategically non-viable for reasons that came to light as a result of him being obstinate about it for however long he was. But that's sort of where Vosh would be sort of incorrigible. Stephen is incorrigible where his ego is in him being some kind of guru. It's really important to him that he's intellectually competent, despite the fact that he takes zero actual interest in basically anything. The appearance of being this sort of like hard, just the facts, willing to debate anybody kind of wunderkind, his need to be perceived that way actually undermines his capacity to actually play the role, which is one of the reasons why 90% of the time when he gets into a conversation with someone who's actually competent, at whatever degree, like anyone from Richard Wolff to shoot, what's his name? The guy who talks slowly like this, right? And he talks about Marx and the labor theory of value. Okay, that guy. Engstrand. All the way to this person. Every move he makes in those conversations is either to use the medium to try and humiliate his opponent to an audience that doesn't know any better, or to just whinge and try desperately to posture as if he is actually in command of a coherent counter thesis to his opponent. But in this case, he's clearly not following her. And you can tell she has a command of the material because her response is to take what he's saying and correct his usage of it. And not just correct his usage of it, but correct his usage of it with a well-developed, rehearsed explanation of the proper understanding of whatever terms are being deployed in the conversation and their correct order.
And they inject themselves into the style of what they're doing. That's why, I mean, why do you think spirituals don't sound like your average church music? I mean,
But that was the thing. So if I were to ask you, but they do. If I were to ask you, do the spirituals sound more like the music from Africa, or do they sound more like the European boring mass music? Probably going to sound more like the European music. Quite a bit more.
It depends, perhaps melodically, but a lot of the intonation choices, a lot of the textural call and response stuff, less common. I mean, a lot of the
call and response is baroque.
In the church music, I know,
Gregorian chant is call and response, right?
I literally argued this point in your threads with people last
night.
Okay. I know these things. You don't have to bring that out as if it's some gotcha own or something.
I know.
I'm aware
My desire to
where
mansplain.
Call and response came from. Call and response has been around in human culture as early as music has existed. What I'm saying is that, to get back, because I feel like we're once again getting in the weeds. I'm down to debate these small points, but I need you to walk back. No, early blues was not influenced or derived from. It was 99% copied from European classical music. Because now you're saying, well, actually, it was very influenced. Now you're saying, well, actually, it was a big component of. But here, in this,
I wouldn't say it was influenced by. No, I wouldn't say it was influenced. The European classical tradition served as the foundation, the cake, and then people brought over something unique with them and added to it. But I don't even know if I would describe it as a synthesis. Maybe if I was being really generous, but not really. I don't think so. Yeah.
So when two individuals have a child, would you describe that child as a sole derivative of one of them? It feels like you would maybe...
No, if two people had a child, I would say that's a synthesis. That's a 50-50, sure.
Yeah, so do you not understand where two cultural traditions, two music traditions mix together, and then we have a new style that's born out of it? You can't say it's only European style, because there's clearly cultural influences, and we can see those cultural influences from traditional African music coming into the blues. We already talked about it, the rhythmic behavior.
Yeah, but again, if I were to, I could ask you a very simple question. If we go 50 years past the first slave being brought here, or 30 or 40 or 50 years, if you listen to the music in those churches and you compare that to African music or European music, I don't think it's going to be like, oh yeah, like it's 50-50, like it could be either. I think it's going to sound
50-50.
Sure, it's going to be like 90-10, like, oh, this sounds like somebody did something different with European music. I don't even know if you would hear the resemblance of like, I guess like 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th century, 16th, whatever, of like African music. I don't know if you would hear that as much, or unless there was more sophisticated.
Clearly they did, right? Because it was so controversial.
Right? How does it being controversial prove anything?
Because it clearly shows that music was outside of the predominant culture.
But I mean, like rock and roll was outside the predominant culture. That doesn't mean.
If it was such a tiny offshoot from European music, it wouldn't have been seen as such an innovation or as such a controversy or as such something that's so demonic or devilish, right? The fact that it is inherently a cultural sort of tradition that grew out of the African American culture, which has tremendous lines through the African diaspora, it's clearly not.
I mean, I think things can be controversial and still clearly come from within the culture, right? Like, I don't think that something being controversial doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally different. There could be just one or two things that are changed that like really upset somebody, right?
What do you think derivative means? Let's talk about the definition of that, because I feel like that's actually where a lot of our disagreements stemming from.
Sure. When I think of
I feel like I've made my point that there's enough stylistic differences that indicate some traditional thread coming into it that's clearly not European.
Sure. And I would agree with that. Thread coming into it, yeah. I just view them more as chocolate chips than a different type of batter.
Sure.
But, okay.
And I think we both agree that there's obviously a very strong European thread that comes into it as well. So where do you separate the difference between derivation? And how can you say it's 99%?
Well, when I say derivation, I mean derived from, clearly.
Right. How would you define derived from?
I guess I'm looking at like how much of like the foundational meat is there in your like next product, essentially.
Okay.
So
how much of that foundational meat in music is lived cultural experience? How much of it comes?
Well, it's probably going to super depend on the style of music.
Stop trying to be glib. You're out of your depth.
For some styles, it's going to be carried on
Fucking
like,
hell.
culturally. For other styles, it's going to be written down by scholars or.
I'm actually feeling embarrassed for him here. Like it looks so bad. Like just stop with the act. You're not smart. You're not smart. You're really good at keeping a conversational flow going when you have nothing to add. That's it. That's it. You are in the presence of somebody who is capable of matching your tempo conversationally and actually knows what she's talking about because she actually did the work. You played Factorio all day. That's on you.
Elites. I think one of the reasons why European music is so different compared to the music today is we think of today the popular music is what's passed on, so whatever was big on the radio, whatever people listened to. But in classical times, from whenever kings and queens started to commission stuff, that style of music that survived was commissioned scholarly work from like actual professional composers, and not necessarily what people were listening to in like clubs or whatever club there would be in the 15th century.
What I'm specifically asking is how much of the performance practice and let's say the context in which the music is occurring introduces uniqueness into the music. So let's say that we have two styles that generally speaking are auditorily similar. They have similar harmonic behaviors, similar formal behaviors, structural behaviors, but their creation is an entirely different context where let's say one group of people are like enslaved and another group of people own that person, right? What does that not manifest at all in some difference in the music, some fundamental difference, which is perhaps
fundamental difference? I mean, like it could manifest in some cultural difference for sure. Fundamental. I mean, do we mean fundamental to the music? Or do we mean fundamental to like the art? I guess is like the question.
The art.
Yeah, to the art probably. Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
So then, once again, that adds another piece of evidence that would indicate a very strong tradition that is off of the European classical music tradition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in terms of it just being music that's popular with people and sung by people, and not music that's like commissioned by, the aristocracy. Like, I think that in and of itself is going to be like a huge differing point. But when I'm saying,
can you publicly secede that 99%?
No, because from a musical standpoint,
Jesus
Christ. Okay, I'm trying to be polite, but you come here so much.
It's untenable.
Okay, yeah, it's not untenable. I don't think it is untenable. I think that, and you've admitted yourself that if you were to take people singing music in the United States, early slaves, you would compare it to African music, it would be almost unrecognizable. But you would hear it compared to European music and be like, okay, it's different, but sure, right? Like the and we've already gone back and forth. I'm not going to retry this over and over again. If you're going to tell me that like the creation of the music artistically, that's why I asked for the distinction between music. Okay. Is the music going to be fundamentally different, or is the art?
This is what happens when you tell a kid that they're so super smart too much when they're too old on too little grounds. Okay, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Ugh.
Going to be different from the art point of view. There's tons of things. I'm not arguing.
Like I'm feeling embarrassed for him.
From the art perspective, there might be a ton of things that are different from one thing to another. But from the musical perspective, in terms of like how do we hear and understand and translate the music, like there's a ton of crossover, and the foundation is there from hundreds of years of pre-Baroque, Baroque, classical, romantic, all of that established. And then that's what the like all of the later African spirituals would come to and add to, and then eventually that would grow out to make like blues, rock and roll, jazz, and all that stuff. But that foundation is European.
So look,
yeah, go ahead.
I'll play within your domain there, okay?
Okay.
And I'll just say, purely the rhythmic differences alone constitute less than 99%. Can you push back your 99% down now? Because I mean, the rhythmic differences alone. Point to me a place where in the European let's say the European church music, which you're saying, the spirituals are primarily derived from. Can you point to me where you're finding the kind of swing, the kind of grooves, backbeat focused patterns that we see in blues? Because I don't see those in European music at all, and I don't see them in European spiritual tradition or the church tradition. I really only see them in some aspects of European folk music, but that wasn't,
sure, it wasn't popular at the time.
That wasn't in debate. Well, that wasn't in debate either. You said 99% European classical music.
Sure.
Said Western
if you want to
whole,
argue that like learning how to back tongue and swinging eights is going to get you, I'll give you 97% if you want. I'll give you 97%. It still fits within like we still have like.
Do you not think? Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you not think the rhythmic character, even those more nuanced micro-rhythmic behaviors, are a fundamental part of a style?
When you say micro-rhythmic, you're talking about like the individual interpretations of rhythm. So things like playing on the front or the back of the beat, swinging aids, stuff like that. Yeah, that plays that plays a difference. Sure.
Right. So all different styles, for example, of Afro-Cuban music have different micro-rhythms. So when you play to different claves, when you play against the son clave, when you play montuno rhythms, they all have different nuanced rhythms. And the only way to get that is to listen to people who played that tradition most of their life, so you can.
Sure. Well, I think we have to be careful there, because when we talk about like claves and stuff, that doesn't necessarily imply like different micro-rhythms. Okay. We could just be talking about like rhythmic patterns at that point, right?
I'm going to need to publicly have you admit defeat on that 99% figure. You're going to need to back that down a little bit, because Even those rhythmic behaviors alone, I would argue, are fundamental to the style. And if you argue they're not fundamental to the style, like, oh, you could just put the music in front of a college student and have them play, for example, San Montuno or whatever. Okay, have them do that and then put them in a Latin band. They're going to get kicked off the bandstand immediately.
Sure,
Everyone's
with
gonna
no
feel they're
practice or
playing it
training,
wrong.
that's going to be true of anything, of course. But I don't think that furthers either of points, because that
Right,
person can be made to
with no practice or
understand.
training,
That person can be made to understand the rhythms probably a lot easier than they could
Right,
like something that
but
was
what
like
I'm- but that's not-
arrhythmic
that's
from
not what
like.
I'm debating.
Sure,
I'm
I
not
know. But
debating
I'm
if the
talking about
musician can
similarities.
learn
Yeah,
it.
I understand. I'm talking
Anyone
about
can
similarities
learn
between.
anything. I'm
Well, I
debating
no, no.
that
But hold on. When you say
rhythmic characterization alone being different enough constitutes you backing that 90% European classical music down to at least 95, at least 90. I'm gonna need you to publicly back that number down. It's okay to admit defeat, okay? You can do that. It's fine.
Sure. What are you
I know
coming up to?
were
You
being
started at
hyperbolic.
80%.
Let's start here. Let's start 85, and then we'll work from there.
If I take micro rhythms in, I'd be willing to go down to 96.
Okay. 96. That's a start. Okay.
Sure.
So you just okay. So there we go. We got you to secede 1.96. You are conceding. So let's work from there. So those are the rhythmic aspects. Why don't you apply that same behavior for the melodic aspects? Because even if the same melodies were being sang in the European churches, which were then given or forced onto the African singers in the diaspora, let's say that's happening. The intonation patterns alone should constitute another 3 or 4.
When you say intonation patterns, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so you have to understand that traditionally these folk styles were oral traditions, meaning they were not written down, right? There wasn't theory, it was just created music, right? So thousands of years of different traditions singing orally with each other create certain intonation patterns, and they're not just like, oh, you kind of bend a note here and there. No. After a significant period of time, these notes become sort of solidified as phonemic events. They're not actually phonemes, of course, because we're not dealing with real language, but they become cemented in the in-culture listeners, the in-group listeners, what we might call the emic or edic and emic. Yeah, I believe it's that. So the insiders of that culture over time start to develop like an ear for those sounds that creates them as their own distinct auditory objects. They're not incidental bending. They're not incidental chromaticism. It becomes a fundamental part of the pitch behavior in that style. And we see this all over the world. That's why we can't go, for instance, to the Carnatic traditions of India and say, Raga Bimpalasi. This is just a major scale with a sharp 4. Because even though we can take that scale and approximate it on a keyboard, that's not the cultural context of how they're thinking about those pitches. Ragas and maqams have inherent cultural pitch bends built into them that you simply won't learn unless you've been listening to those cultures for a long time. So for example, it's not a fixed pitch scale. That's kind of what you're thinking. So right now you've cited 12 equal temperament as a big aspect of how European tradition or European music is such at the core of blues. When that 12 note equal temperament, that is applied afterwards from the oral tradition. Initially, this music starts vocally, right? And so when people are singing vocal, do you think they're tuning to 12? No, of course not. They're tuning to just intonation, which is what most...
I would give so much to be able to give cogent explanations of things that efficiently. That is brilliant. She is so good at this. God damn.
Acapella groups around the
Sure.
world have
So
been tuned
okay,
to.
okay,
And
hold
so
on. There's a lot.
after-
Wait.
hold on,
Okay,
so after-
you're
Oh, just fuck off. This is what an absolute failure of a human being looks like. Truly. He exists to cut off interest and respect for things that took various different groups of humans centuries and even millennia to develop, for the sake of being a Saturday morning cartoon on his stream. There's literally the only thing he can possibly be achieving in this conversation, the way he is conducting it, is an actual intellectual loss and a moral loss, frankly, on the part of his audience. That's it. That's it. If your response to somebody actually educating you and telling you stuff from a position of really hard-earned knowledge, correcting you, if your response to that is to try and make it appear to onlookers as if they're actually more ignorant than they are and that you're more right than you are a cancer.
hold on, let me finish this. So after a long time in that oral tradition of singing that way, those notes become distinct auditory events. And so when they're given actual instruments that have 12 on them, those things.
You are taking this out of context to farm content, bro. You're a fucking moron. What context? Here, why don't you come on stream, actually? I'm in the mood for this. Why don't you come on stream and you explain to me what context I'm missing? Napalm 1334, your time to shine. I'll update the Discord link. You can come right in. I will open it just for you. There. The link's been updated in the description. Come on in. Smith Black, thank you for the $5. The problem with Destiny is that he's not self-aware enough to realize that he's the academic equivalent of junk food. Dude, I like your content. Oh, well, good. Maybe I'll be nice to you then. No, I think he is self-aware enough to realize that. I think what he realizes, though, well, I don't know what he realizes. I think what he detects in his bug-like way is that if he is on the back foot, then that concentration of his audience, the ones who give him money and send him like video recommendations because they think he's like them, the spell will be weakened a little bit, and they won't think of him as like their god. The cult of personality around him is a massive part of his income at this juncture.
Are still in that cultural ear, and so those sounds are still being played. So those micro intonations are not just incidental pitch bends like you were making fun of me on Twitter for. They actually become like structural and phonemic components of the melody in that in-group style. Not maybe to us, to out-group people. Obviously part of the blues and jazz tradition as well. I'm a jazz musician, but over time those have become more liberated into the general cultural practice. But those started out as oral tradition, which was very clear and focused, and over time has become diffused. So yeah, that's why blues notes are unique to the blues, and that's why they're called blues notes. And even the word blues notes implies an edict framing, where we're like a cultural onlooker. The European tradition is a cultural onlooker looking at these notes that are the unique notes of blues that don't fit in 12 equal. That's why they're called blues notes. And if we look at their actual history, it's more fundamental for that. It's just like microrhythm. Those subtle in-group cultural differences and cultural practices.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say or do.
The musical style, both auditory and more artistically.
You are supposed to do and say nothing, because nothing should be expected of you, because you don't know or understand anything, and you will never take pains to try. And the only thing you can accomplish by doing anything right now is hurting the people who are viewing you, insofar as anyone is foolish enough to trust your word on anything.
As you're describing the difference between those. And because of that, that is why I think you're going to need to come down to at least, let's say, 85%. And we can go down more things as well. But that's right there, rhythm and melody.
Okay. For all the things that you're talking about melody, I agree that there are going to be little micro intonations that people might change from styles of music from one place to another. Okay, that's probably going to be true of. That's probably not even going to be necessarily just true of a style of music. It might even come down to like certain people that play in a geography of a certain style of music. That might be the place. As new music is developing, different people playing different things in different ways. I don't necessarily disagree with you there, but again, I'm viewing these things, and we're kind of autistically quibbling over like, is it 90%, 80%, 85%? I guess I'm leaning more on the.
Music with you all day
sure,
long.
Me too, and I love it. I enjoy it. I like autistic arguments as well.
Me too.
But whether or not we quantify this as like 99% or 80% or 50%, like in my mind, once we start getting into like micro intonations of music, we're already past like 90% of the fundamental building blocks of what does music mean to that group of people. What are the types of sound like? When you talk about like call and response in the fields, and you say like, do you think those people were singing 12 tone? I think they probably were. I think that early on when those people were doing those like shouts and those calls or whatever, like I think that you're probably, when you're talking about like early spirituals and stuff like that, when you're talking about those things, I think a lot of that is probably originating from like 12 tone stuff, that the people aren't singing like microtones and shit back then. Do you think that wasn't the case?
Of course it's not the case. People, okay, of course it was the case. If you look at acapella groups
Wait, of course
today,
it was
they're
or it
singing
wasn't the case?
microtones. they were singing microtonally, okay? People have this idea that microtonality is like some fringe, like esoteric, crazy thing. No, 12 equal temperament is the fringe, esoteric, crazy thing. You realize 12 note equal temperament has only been around for, in a serious way, for about 130, 140 years, right? You realize Bach was not composing in 12 note equal temperament. He was using various types of mean tone. Kernberger, he was using different types of mean tone. So, like,
wait, what does this have to do with 12 tone?
Well, hold on, I'll get there.
Wait, no, don't get there, because you're gonna do like another 30 minutes of talking.
Okay.
What is? I don't know what 12 tone has to do with equal temperament.
12 tone is equal temperament.
Okay, when you talk about like micro variations on a note, when you talk about like a cappella groups, you talk about like just intonation. I think theoretically, I think that's still considered like 12 tone.
It's not considered 12 tone. It's not considered 12 tone. That's why we have 12 tone. Let me explain, okay?
Oh,
I'll teach you
God.
2,000 years of music history in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
No.
Basically,
can you just?
Yes, I gotta
without
pause for this.
rambling
I'm
on a
sorry.
50 million thing. Okay.
No, fuck you. Let her speak. I want to get this.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. My understanding of 12 tone is there are 12 notes. That's 12 tone. Generally,
God,
we have a.
Nobody has earned this smug face like she has in a long time, from what I've seen.
We have an even-tempered system that puts an exact even amount of space between every note mathematically. But for some group, I know it's really hard for me to finish a single sentence without you wanted to talk for another 52 minutes, but let me just finish my one thing and you tell me if I'm wrong or something, okay? Right? So 12 tones refers to the 12-tone system where there is an even amount of frequency space between every single individual note. And for the most part, today, this is how we like tune all of our shit. Generally,
I'm completely out of my depth here. Just you can tell.
Speaking in the
Although, I'm appreciative of her because I want to actually learn this stuff now. I really want to learn this stuff now. I have to figure out where her channel is.
Probably most of the world is how we tune our shit. But for some people, especially for a cappella groups, especially for vocalists, they'll notice that certain chords, that like on a major chord, that it sounds nicer if you bring the third down a little bit. Because
Destiny professes a love of academic rigor, but then gets angry when academics have long explanations to things. Has he said he has a love of academic rigor? I know he's got like that. He likes to be a facts person, which means that he binges Wikipedia before debates with brain-dead morons, but
you get into these areas where the frequencies have these better
is she struggling not to laugh? What happened? Hang on.
Every single individual note. And for the most part, today, this is how we like tune all of our shit, generally speaking, in the West. Probably most of the world is how we tune our shit. But for some people, especially for a cappella groups, especially for vocalists, they'll notice that certain chords, that like on a major chord, that it sounds nicer if you bring the third down a little bit.
Oh God, she's gonna murder him. You can see it in her eyes. She's trying to keep from breaking down laughing. Oh, I think we're in for something beautiful here.
But because you get into these areas where the frequencies have these better harmonic intervals, where the frequencies will line up nicer than if you had, yes, but that's still considered 12 tone. I've never heard of somebody say that like, oh, if you do just intonation, you've moved away from 12 tone.
That's literally what is happening. So let me explain, okay? So first off, the reason why people tend to lower the third down 14 cents exactly, which is 14% of a semitone, is because the 5:4 frequency ratio sits there. And the 5:4 is such a low harmonic that when you lower your major third down a little bit, it gets a lot warmer and clearer, okay? This is true for every single interval. And in fact, the harmonic intervals are actually what humans are hearing when they're singing in groups together. The early church music, you think that was 12 tone? No, of course not.
Well, hold on. Well, if you're going to redefine 12 tone as when people vary the pitches slightly,
I'm not redefining 12 tone. I'm defining 12 tone exactly what it is, which is when you take the number 2, which is the octave, and you take the 12th root of 2, and you literally divide 2 into 12th roots. That creates equally spaced logarithmic division. So you take an octave, which is a logarithm because it's a multiple of 2, and then when you divide that logarithm into 12 equally spaced grid points, that's 12 equal temperament. Well, that's actually 12 equal divisions of the octave. 12 equal temperament is when you take those 12 equal divisions and you say that they're representing
You're
harmonics.
taking longer to re-explain what I already explained about it. I've never heard of 12
oh my
tone
God.
is completely different from just intonation. Okay, that's fine. Then if we want to redefine it, then fine. It wasn't 12 tone, but in that case,
oh my God, man.
in the European
just have
style,
your
this was
stroke and
12
be
tone
done with
either,
it
because I don't
already.
think they were using using physics instruments. Okay, fine.
Yes,
well, then in that case, then it wasn't 12 tone. Then
in
in that case, then you're making an even stronger argument for me that the early African spirituals were just borrowing from the just intonation of the European style in that case.
No, because the Europeans did not invent just intonation. Just intonation has been around in human cultures for as
Sure,
long as
nobody's
the music
invented
system.
just intonation. Just intonation is just the frequency.
That's,
sure,
right.
but if
the
you're going to tell me
cultural-
then that
but
they were
you're
using
inverting-
just intonation and they're singing because they noticed that certain pitches sounded really bring it on. Okay, fine. Well, then that
but
probably
it's
in a way
certain
came from.
cultural and stylistic pattern that is uniquely reflective of the African music traditions. That's what I'm saying. It's not that they use just
are there going to
intonation,
be?
therefore it's
But
not 12 equal.
everybody
I'm
is
saying
going to
they
notice
use
around the
just
world that a
intonation
third
in a way
sounds
that's
better.
unique.
But everybody's going to recognize that a third sounds better if you bring it down a little bit. I'm pretty
It's
sure
not
that
just
most
the five-
people.
It's not just the 5/4. For example, blues shows great usage of the 9/11 ratio, which is the neutral third. We didn't really see that in European traditional music at all. We still don't.
Sure,
Okay?
and
Because
like
the
I said, I'm
11th
sure they're
the
gonna.
11th
Everything isn't
harmonic-
gonna be the
11th
exact
harmonic was
same.
quantized-
Everything
the
you
11th
can spit
harmonic
out
was
like
quantized out
random
of
fucking
Western
music facts all you want. I'm not gonna sit
I'm
here and
not
argue
spitting out
with you
random
that there's
music
gonna
facts.
be
You want me
minor
to play the sound
differences.
for you?
That there's gonna be minor differences between some of the African music that was brought over and some of the European classical music. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but
here's the thing: those minor intonation differences reflect major traditional differences.
He's being flayed. This is the difference between somebody who knows what they're talking about and someone who's a performer. And his performance isn't good. He doesn't look confident. He looks like he's scrambling to fill space to justify his existence in the conversation. And he's failing.
Of where the tradition's coming from.
Sure, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but the question was over the music.
But you do, though,
not
because
no,
you literally
the question
said
was
it's
over the
influenced or derived
music.
99%
The question was over the
classical
music.
95.
Yes.
You fundamentally do disagree with that. So why did you say you fundamentally agree with that?
So
It's the opposite.
listen, I told you 99% might be high. You came in here saying 80%, which I know you wouldn't tweet out, right? And I said I'll bring it down to 95% if you. No, you absolutely wouldn't, because you know for 80% you'd get crucified for that. I don't even know if you believe in that 80% number, but I'll come down to 95%. But sure, there's going to be like micro differences. I'm not going to sit here and disagree with you. If I'm going to say it's completely the same, of course, then there would be no blues. It would just be more people playing fucking European classical music, of course.
Hold on, you're sounding quite angry right now.
I'm not angry. You've been cutting me off 90% of the time.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say, you described the. Okay, so let's take a step back. This is off topic from our discussion.
She's so
but
good.
You entirely mischaracterized all of European classical music by describing it as 12 equal. You realize 12 equal is a modern invention. It's not where European classical.
You're
music
re-explaining the same thing. I know you
I
really
know,
like listening to
I
yourself
know,
re-explain the
but
same
it-
compliments. Listen, if
but
you're
I
gonna
mean, it
tell
just
me,
shows,
if
like-
you're gonna tell me that 12 tone only refers to the equal temper system and not just intonation, then that's fine. I personally never heard of that
that's
before. When I
exactly
heard
what
of
it
12
refers to.
tone referred
There
to,
are
sure.
12 tone variations of just intonation. That, for example, we see a lot of those. Zarlino in the 1600s proposed a just intonated 12 note.
This is a murder. This is actually a murder. Oh, this is so good. If only it would have any effect, because unfortunately he was born without a character, so he can't grow. But this is beautiful. See, if you like apply yourself to understanding something to actually try to contribute to the world, you end up being a real person at the end of it.
Scale. We also see Johann Fuchs had a 12-note intonation scale. He's the writer of the Gradus ad Parnassum, which is where Bach learned primarily counterpoint from, and so forth. So these early musicians that were really the sort of founding fathers, let's say, of European traditional music.
Is Near worth it?
12-note equal temperament.
Okay.
They had various forms of mean tone. And
Napalm, I'm gonna level with you, okay? Destiny doesn't make me mad. What makes me mad are people who throw themselves bodily as a human shield for him when he does duplicitous, cowardly shit like he does. You are forgiven. You haven't done that here. I overreacted. Nier is highly worth it. It's one of the... It's not just one of the best games. I would say it's the closest games come to being literary art. Because it actually does stuff with the medium. And not just in like a pretentious way where it's like, oh, we're going to like pepper this with sort of like pseudo-intellectual philosophical references. It does do that a little bit, but it's actually pretty self-conscious when it does. But what it also does is it actually like plays around with the medium itself, to highlight some really interesting things about like perspective, about like what does it actually mean to be playing a role from a third-person vantage in a game, knowing it's a game, things like that. Like it's really worth getting into.
some of them even experimented with instruments that had 31 keys. you know, or 19 keys. For example, Vincentino was a big fan and an advocate of 19-tone equal temperament, or actually a chain of fifths that were slightly flat with 19 tones that gave you slightly purer thirds, better minor thirds, better harmonic sevenths. So, you know, the idea that 12-note equal temperament is like somehow fundamental to European classical music is inherently wrong, because our earliest church music back in the 11th century all the way to the 15th century.
Are you cognizant that you're re-explaining the same thing over and over and over again? Okay.
Well, don't you think that's pretty fundamental to our discussion? Because a primary core to your argument was about 12 tone.
What did I say when I said 12 tone? What am I referring to?
When you are saying 12 tone, you're referring to 12 tone equal temperament or 12 tone equal divisions of the octave. They're kind of.
That's literally not what I said. Have you not listened to anything I've said? I know that you really enjoy spitting out examples there, but do you not listen to anything I just said in the past 5 minutes?
I did. I listened to everything that you said.
Okay. When I said that, when I'm referring to 12 tone, what am I talking about?
When you refer to 12 tone, you are talking about the pattern and history of using 12 notes to create music.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know why you didn't say that the first time. That's what I was referring to. The organization of things around like our scales modes or 12 notes. Sure.
What 12 notes you use changes the thing quite a lot. You can have a 12-note mean tone chain, a 12-note Pythagorean chain. You can have what 12-note equal temperament is, which is in between mean tone and Pythagorean.
Sure. And I don't know what the exact. I actually don't know what the name is for the Western convention of 12 notes in terms of like our circle of fourths and circle of fifths, but whatever.
It's a 7L5S.
Okay, the 7L5S system is when I say 12 tone. That's what I was referring to.
Okay. Yeah, but we could also make an argument that that wasn't created by Europeans either.
I did. What did I say 20 minutes ago when you mentioned the Chinese thing?
Yeah, but I wasn't using that as an evidence that it's somehow.
Sure. I don't know if Europeans created that 12 tone, the 7SLXR Super Lexus Edition. Fucking. I don't know if Europeans created that. Right. It wouldn't surprise me if all of this came from earlier.
Here's the difficulty that faces somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, because the real world is complicated and difficult to explain, especially with any degree of nuance or completeness. So all Stephen has to do is say, see, that's exactly what I said. And then his audience will just go, everything she said is gone. And now he can just say whatever. And she has to walk back what he's saying and re-explain. And then he can just say, no, we're just looping. Da, da, da. And at no point is what she is saying, which is cogent and structured and clear, actually being received by the audience, which is only here to watch a dipshit gamer bro bully a girl on stream. Bluntly. That's it. That's it. That's what these people live for. That's what these people throw money at this person for. It's actually, people treat this as if it's just like a minor, like whatever thing. It's really not. The toll this takes on a community that engages in this kind of thing constantly is serious. Like these are people who are conditioned basically to be unable to think or to be unable to hear a complicated explanation that requires any amount of patience or attention to get. Which again, like this is one of the reasons why Destiny is such an incredibly foul individual. It's not because he's dumb. It's actually kind of the opposite. It's because he's smart enough to know better, and he is deliberately portraying the people he speaks to as being less informed, or in some sense being intellectually broken compared to him, in order to make himself look cool to deadbeat losers who don't understand any of this and have no desire to. And the consequence of that is that perception is now reinforced by peer pressure in that community, which spreads out farther beyond that. It's one of the worst things you can do in your position as an influencer of any kind. It actively makes the people who pay attention to you worse, which is basically unforgivable. It's the kind of thing where the only way you can make up for it is just to close up shop and disappear, which will never happen. The problem is, if you're basically not a full person, and you have no sense of responsibility to anything or anyone, and you value nothing, and you're just a nihilistic dick with legs, you don't actually feel the sting of the fact that you will be remembered, if at all, for all time as a parasite on weak-minded people during your life, because that's all you exist for is just a few momentary I don't know what people with no internal experience experiences orgasms, but something like that, and that's basically it. There's no purpose to any of this. There's no fail condition, so there's nothing to be ashamed of, because he literally cannot fail because there are no standards. I hate how you can cut off someone to make them seem less intelligent because they can't speak as quickly. I feel like this didn't used to be a thing. It was always a thing, but it wasn't as commodified as it is now. People are able to become wealthy doing that very efficiently. That's what's changed.
Imported from other places via trade or some shit. But what I'm saying
Well,
is that
it's all sort of there in nature, basically, where, you know, we have the third harmonic, which is the first unique pitch, and then if you stack third harmonics over and over, you generate Pythagorean. It doesn't really seem like Pythagorean was really Pythagoras' invention. And then from there you start to fall into these issues where if you stack up fifths a bunch, 4 times, 5 times, you end up with a major third that's about 20 some cents sharp, and then they basically spent the last, so that was like the first 1,500 years of music history in Western culture, and then eventually they realized, they're like, damn, when we use these pure fifths, our thirds are really bad. So that's where mean tone comes from, because if you flatten the fifth a little bit from Pythagorean and you stack the fifth, now you end up with pure thirds but flat fifths. That's 31 equal, that's mean tone, that's 19, that's what Bach was using generally speaking. And so that's where it comes from. It doesn't come from 12 notes. 12 notes just happens to be a sort of, let's say, a numerical union point where we basically get the highest efficiency for the lowest amount of notes, basically. It's a pretty interesting thing.
I don't know what any of that had to do with any of what we're talking about, but okay.
Well, I mean, that's...
Is there anything else you want to lecture us on while you're...
Well, I mean, that's the cultural context of where these tools came from. So when you're talking about, oh, this style came from here and this style came from here, you have to understand the context behind these things to make statements like that. And it's pretty clear that you don't understand the context between these things.
You've already agreed to all of the major points. You can start to bring up, like, well, in the 16th century, he used a different blah, 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 but you already...
No, she disagreed with literally everything. And she didn't just disagree with everything. She threw it back in your face and showed how your understanding of these things was backwards. And your only response was to try and pretend as if she didn't.
Already agreed with the statement that roughly the way that we organized our tonal understanding from Europe came over to the Americas, and that the people that came over as slaves were adopted into that system and expressed their little microtalents or whatever else within the confines of that system. You've already admitted to all of that. So you can rattle off like Pythagoras or different harmonic intervals or whatever all you want, and that's fine to try to obfuscate, but you're not changing the fundamental truth of what I just said, and you already agreed with that. So yeah.
So are you saying let's say we took let's invent, like, for this example, let's invent a tradition that's never existed, okay? So let's say there's like some arbitrary culture that we don't know. Let's just call them some random culture. Let's say that random culture has a rich tradition, music background, and practices, right? And then we basically import them into America, and then we force them to hold our instruments, and then they start interpreting the ideas they have from their musical practices onto our instruments. Does that mean that somehow the autonomy of their musical practice is now superseded by the fact that we gave them Western instruments and told them to play? I don't think so.
John Doe, come in the server and call in.
I like how you asked me a question just for you to ramble even more.
It's a slow night. Come on in and chat.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
If somebody came from a totally different culture...
No. Empty attempts at dunks will get him very far here, Tavo. I'm going to give him an audience. John Doe, I've updated the link in the description. Join the server. Come and talk to me.
And they were just given our instruments and told to reproduce music, and they reproduce something I've never heard before, then no, I would say, wow, this is something that is completely new and unique, and like that's like a synthesis. Or maybe I would even give them more credit for that style of music. But if they came from their planet and they played on our instruments and they played in our time signatures and they played with our scales, but like on one of the notes they added like that's like a noise they made on their planet or whatever with some unique thing. It's like, oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. They've like taken our music, and then as a derivation from that, they've like added a little something from their culture. Now they've made their own thing. That's what I would say. But I wouldn't say that that's like a union of two things or a synthesis or whatever. I would say that's largely using the foundation or the cake of what we've created, and then they've added like a little new thing, and now it's like an offshoot.
Okay, so I think that's where we disagree. I tend to view that music exists in sort of, for a creator, music is an internal process and instruments are filters. So you have that sort of raw musical essence internally, and then you approach an instrument, and that instrument is a container, and music is like a fluid that fills the shape and size of that container. And what I'm saying is that, you know, giving like African individuals or slaves or whatever, I'm not like trying to argue the politics of that shit, but giving individuals those instruments, let's say this secondary culture that we've invented, giving them instruments and telling them to play their traditional musics, you're going to hear things that sound similar to the style that you're familiar with because you've given them instruments that have those notes and have those patterns, but at the same time they're going to be still hearing and playing towards the music that they've internalized, right? Like, you have an internal musical voice. Like, for example, when you're playing piano, you know, you have ideas about what you're trying to create, and you could probably sing those things as well. That's because music is a more internal process on the creative side until it's obviously rendered externally. But if you have individuals who have this internal sense of a style or a tradition that they're leaning into, but then they're rendering it through the context of Western instruments, I don't think it's really fair to say that Western instrument supersedes and basically absolves them of having any autonomy of the music they're actually trying to play.
Yeah, I don't know what you keep saying Western instrument. Like, the only thing I'm saying is that, like, they had to play all of their unique culture on a trumpet. That's not what I'm saying. If it was just the matter that it was their entire musical history coming out in another instrument, then I would agree with you. But my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong about all of this, okay? But you haven't seen anything that's convinced me otherwise. My understanding is that when you bring over another people, especially in a form of slavery, and then you throw them into your culture, they are forcibly indoctrinated. And so when you talk about internal musical voice, I don't agree with that. I think that was deleted. I think when a lot of them were brought over and when they were thrown, I know it's really hard for me to finish a single sentence, but please just try to let me get through one statement. I know you really want to ramble off something right now, okay?
Jesus Christ.
So when you talk about that internal musical voice, that is something that's going to change when people are brought over from another land and then put in another area and then forced to listen to certain types of music, forced to sing certain types of music, forced to listen to stuff that the people in that area had already been, I don't want to say indoctrinated, but inundated, or that was like their cultural understanding of music. So yeah, I don't believe that like music is purely an internal thing.
This whole thing is just an exercise in gaslighting. He's trying to make it so that his audience thinks, and her, honestly, think that she's wrong just by insisting that no, all she's done is either parrot off like meaningless tangential factoids, or she's repeated stuff to him that he's already said, which is not true. She's very poignantly corrected him, very particularly, with a great degree of specificity, and he has been completely unable to respond at every single juncture. It's actually disgusting. It's actually just disgusting. Like, this is a revolting thing.
That like stuff is just coming out of you and it comes from your own spiritual, like it's very much like a product of the music and the culture that sits around us. And I think that when you're
Go ahead. You can finish.
When you're brought over, that they were bombarded with that style of music. So what happened was what they managed to hold on to.
John Doe, I'm waiting for you to come in the server and call in. Otherwise, you're out of my chat. I'm sorry. I'm pulling a Haas here.
Keep from their traditions after they had been indoctrinated with, there's got to be a better word than indoctrinated, but after they'd been like exposed to and made to understand like the European traditions, they were able to keep some of their stuff and then add that into that to make it a kind of unique and adapt it to themselves so that it felt better for them. But the foundation is still there as like the European classical stuff, essentially.
I would agree with that. However, you know, I wouldn't say that Western society managed to delete 99% of the African tradition or the African sound that was sort of baked into that early music culture there.
I guess that then it comes down to.
You really think somehow when we force assimilate people, 99% of their aesthetic tradition is lost? I don't think that makes, or even 95%. I don't think so.
For a certain cultural thing, I mean, like again, if we go like 100 years further, and let's say that we'd maintain some level of separation, like if we look at like the development of blues or jazz for 100 years, and we compare that to like that African music that would have developed on its own for 100 years, or European music that would have developed on its own for 100 years, like what would we hear the similarities? Because my interpretation would be the African American slave music is going to have like a massive similarity, 95% from 99. A 95% similarity
glad
to
you
the
backed that
European
down.
stuff, but it's not. It's going to be almost indistinguishable from the African stuff.
I'd say 90.
Okay, I'll
Now I
go
have a
down to
question for you.
93. Okay.
93. Okay. That
Since
counts
you
as
came up to
11.
90, sure thing.
Here's my
Wait,
question.
hold on, wait.
Why
What, and
can't
then
I
you can
put
ask. Wait,
93?
you can ask your question. You can ask your question. I just want to say, whatever number we settle on at the end, will you tweet it with me at the end?
No, I won't.
Okay. Fuck
Okay,
you.
hold on.
Okay, go.
Hold
Okay.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So,
Question.
so once again, would you say that blues is a derivative of European music?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so now you just conceded another point because before you said it wasn't influenced or derived from; it was 99% copied. So now I've got you to concede.
Wait,
two
I thought we
points.
were
You
arguing
conceded-
over the
you
because
conceded
people were saying the
99%,
derivative and copied meant the same thing. I would have to go. I need to go back and look at
Derivative
my.
and copied means the same thing.
Well, because that's what people
you
were
said
claiming.
no, quote unquote, no early blues was not influenced or derived from. It was 99% copied from. That's the whole reason I'm here arguing this point. So I
Oh
think
well,
that
hold on.
statement is so
Derived
stupid.
from and derivative are technically two different things. So the way people use those words, to be fair.
Okay, sure. Do you want to clarify your usage of those?
Yeah, I think I did earlier, right? I think
would you
that
define
unironically, I
derivative?
think when people say something is derived from, I think that has a way different connotation than derivative. Because usually when people say something is derivative, they usually just mean like copied. But when people say it's derived from,
I
they
agree
usually
with
mean like, oh, like inspired by. I think those are two.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said 99% copied, so you were saying it's copied. You were basically saying the blues music is copied from European.
The vast
classical
majority of it, the
music.
cake part is, yes, I think so.
99%
But hold on, but
copied.
you brought me down from 99 to 94. Okay.
Okay, 94. Okay.
So
And you said
94%
93.
is copied.
I thought you said 93.
Did I say 93?
Nope.
I think
Don't
I was
say
going to say
93,
93, but then you said you wouldn't tweet it, so now I'm back up to
Don't you think
94.
that is
Okay.
for me? Yeah, I'm not going to tweet it because I think that still, even in this argument, if we're talking about auditory principles, I'd say that they're a lot more similar. But when we talk about cultural principles that come into it, I think that plays a big role too, the art aspect, right? So I wouldn't say that the blues is 90% or 93% copied art from European music. Absolutely not. I would argue a lot less than that. But in terms of pure auditory features that we can measure, we can hear, I would say it's a higher percentage. Yeah. But even
Yeah, I guess
then,
that gets into.
I still feel, but we're still missing a huge component, which is like the cultural context of the thing, the performance practice of the thing. So in terms of auditory, I've already gotten you to work that down because we can see that that's clearly not 99% copied. But in terms of the actual performance practice, the context, that's not even. I wouldn't even argue that that's 75% European classical music. In fact, I'd maybe argue it's less than 30% European classical music, except for jazz. Jazz is maybe higher a percentage of European classical music because it seems like you mentioned European classical music, not European folk music.
Sure, if you want to take that, it's probably less than 10%. The idea of like people playing in
okay.
like clubs
So
or with
you
friends
would
or whatever
say
is going to be
the
way,
arts
way,
is
way
less than
different.
10%.
Yeah, but
Okay.
the art I'm looking at distinctly
So in
different
terms
from
of the art,
from the
so in terms
culture.
of the
Yeah.
artistic individuality around the blues, you just conveyed that it's about 10% only
Or
European
less,
classical.
probably. It's going to be way, way, way
I
different.
agree with you.
Sure.
So we're on the same agreement. But for me, when I'm talking about the music style and the tradition as a whole, I'm thinking about, yes, the auditory principles of the style, but also the cultural context. Those two things are nearly impossible to separate from each other because part of music is culture. So
Well,
you have
those
to
two
look
things
at
are
both of
incredibly
them when
easy
you
to
think
separate from
about
each
the
other. You might
style.
not want to, but I mean, like, you can. You can separate these things from each other if you want to, right?
You can, of course.
You
I
can
mean, we did,
analyze like
right?
music
We
as
did.
it's written, as it sounds, sure, versus like
Yeah,
the culture,
we did
sure.
separate
But
it.
I'm not going to
That's
sit
where
here
we
and
got
say
this
that like,
93%
sure.
from.
But I'm not going to,
Yeah.
because focusing on the music, the sonic side, I'm not going to sit here and
and
argue
that's
that the
why, for
culture
example-
of like African American slave music is going to be the same as the culture of like a court composer, of course.
Exactly. And that's why, I wouldn't tweet, oh, blues is 93% the same as classical music, because maybe on an auditory level, some of the devices are very similar, and I would not argue, I would maybe say less than 93%, but I wouldn't argue that, because when this debate, the reason why people got so inflamed about it online is because it's crossing over into also a political and social commentary.
Well, but this is my...
It's transcending music, and it's making more a statement about the art as a whole. And you just yourself admitted that, probably less than 10% of the blues is culturally European classical.
Sure. Are you aware of the original tweet that I was responding to when this happened?
I'm not sure. I saw something about appropriation. My take on the appropriation is like, we always constantly borrow from cultures. Appropriation is only negative if you're like financially exploitative or you're doing it in bad faith.
Sure.
I don't really
Okay,
care
sure.
about
So we probably agree on that. So the original tweet that I was responding to was, this is why no one wants to appropriate white culture or the lack of it. That was the original tweet that I was responding to. It wasn't specifically about music, but it was about culture. And when I watch people talk about like art and culture today, I'm about to go on a Joe Rogan rant. Okay, but like it seems like there's this huge desire to like get on your knees and like, oh my god, like all the minority arts were so good, white people did nothing, it's all cringe and horrible and blah blah blah, and everything the white is trash and blah 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 blah. Okay, and when people take that approach to things, and then when you look at, in my opinion, from a music background, my favorite thing about African American contribution to the world is fucking jazz, because it was American, distinctly American. It was fucking awesome, and it was a huge contribution to music, original, that was American. Like and we're a young country, so that's awesome. But I would never look at something like jazz or predating that like blues and be like, oh wow, this came from Africa. That was not African. That was African American. It needed what?
Yeah,
I understand this implication, but it feels like people are very desperate.
But it's the same. But that's the thing. It's the exact same simplification you're making, but you're doing it the opposite way. Where people
except
say, oh,
I'll give,
blues
but
comes from
except
you're saying, oh no, blues comes
but
from
but except but I'll give, and I even
neither.
did this, and now I'm realizing that it's pointless to do this, and I just stopped doing this because people like you never read it or care about it.
Oh,
I will
for fuck's
clarify,
sake.
or I even say like in other tweets over and over. I think I said it like 4 or 5 times that like people borrowing from other cultures is awesome. It is amazing when people take from other cultures and they create their own unique thing. People do this over and over and over again. And it's through the history of all of art and culture, and that's amazing. It's cool when people steal from white culture. It's cool when people steal from black culture, whatever, and make their own shit. Everybody should be encouraging everybody to do it. That's awesome. But the idea that like sure, but the idea that like, oh, like this thing is like distinctly and uniquely like comes from Africa, it's like that's a very Western conception of music, right? Because there's way more. Sure. Okay, yeah, sure. That was my initial framing of
I
this,
completely
where it
agree
came
with you.
from.
And so like in that case, I do agree with you. But once again, look at what you said. So you said that no one reads your clarification tweets. It seems you didn't read my clarification tweets because you instantly tweeted like, oh my gosh, this person thinks that because there's some pitch bends, it means it's. That's not what I was saying at all. Obviously, I clarified that.
Sure, but when you say
So
blues
you
notes,
also
I
did
mean
the
like
same,
that. I don't
You also
like.
did the same thing that you're accusing others of doing, which is one, simplifying the origins of blues as an African-only tradition, and you're simplifying it in the opposite way as the only European tradition. And then you also said no one reads your clarification tweets, but it also felt like you didn't read my clarification.
I'm pretty sure I read your clarification tweets, but it feels like a lot of the stuff that you're reaching into is like nitpicky and even hard to define. Like, because even when we say like blues
Don't show
notes.
her Bill Evans.
What?
Someone in your chat said don't show her Bill Evans. I've transcribed almost everything Bill Evans ever played. I'm like a Bill Evans super fan. I have every Bill Evans record. Don't even get me started on that. So I just want to say another thing. The fact that this discussion like on Twitter evolved into this weird your community, like someone was like, I'm gonna cut myself.
I need to work on
your community.
what I really need to work
like,
on, because I get aggravated. I need to work on having this kind of like temper in debates, because she is killing it here. This is like the model. This is what you want to go for.
Said in lover.
Wait, hold on. Firstly, you don't have no idea if
Not
that's
your
my
community,
community, right? Because it's
Okay,
Twitter.
not your community. I take that back. Yeah.
Because I get a
Actually,
lot of crazy fucking.
you want to know what? That's not only his community. That's him. Let me see if I can find this. Might have it saved, actually. Oh, I wonder if those were taken down. Maybe. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Let me
DMs and
say
everything
this
too.
differently.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
right. I'm not trying to accuse you. You have
Sure.
nothing to do with it.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's your responsibility. Okay. I actually, you know, I watch different pieces of your content. I've probably been following your stuff on and off. I don't agree with everything you say, but since like 2012,
You
since
agree with like
StarCraft,
93% of it? I'm just fucking go ahead.
maybe like 60, 70.
Okay,
but,
gotcha.
You know, so I mean, it's not like I even view it as a SJW thing, but like for me to even come in there and start talking about the artistic and musical aspects of it, there were instantly people who were like, "Oh my God, SJW! Oh, so you just love black people, huh?" Like it's not even about that. I'm talking about the musical aspects as we are today, and the fact that you know the people you do have some people following around your coattails who are taking the argument that you made and applying that in ways that I don't think you want it to be applied.
Yeah,
And
I agree with that, but it's made just it's made just but I mean, yeah, but that's also why I put the clarification. But people will run with these arguments wherever they want to, because right now I'm making all of the classical alt-righter arguments for black people do nothing and it all came from Europe, right? And I understand that, but it's equally fucking cringe, if not more so, because they should know better when people on the other side are pushing this whole like, oh yeah, like white culture is trash and Europe did nothing for music. Thank God, like black people came and they made it whole. And it's like, no, that's not true. Like the majority of it is foundationally, well, but we disagree on that majority word, yeah.
You're taking it hyperbolically on the opposite side that they are as well. So it's almost like you're perceiving their like ridiculous over the top stance, their like white guilt trying to patronize or whatever. You're like reacting to that like through an extreme as well, and you're creating the opposite effect, right?
I don't think
Whereas
so. I think that if my statement
of
was something along the lines of like blues and jazz did nothing new, or you know blues and jazz is a bastardization of European music or whatever, that might be something that's not true.
When you say it, well, I don't think you're implying the bastardization. So let me reframe that. But is that not what you're implying when you say it is 99% copied from European classical? Are you not directly saying it's literally just
the beginning stages of like any art is going to be like 99% lifted by what came before it, right? Most of every early romantic composer like was a late classical composer, right? Like this is this is always how the transition from one medium to another works. It's never going to be like oh my God, here's a brand new crazy well, maybe very rarely, but
well, that's the thing. It's not 99% from another style when you have new traditions that are coming.
Sure, I guess it's just quibbling over the percentage.
Yeah, inherently it's not 99% or 90 or even 93% when you have an entire hodgepodge of cultural traditions that are bleeding in and adding new influences into the stylistic parameters that maybe already existed.
Sure, it's just a matter of how much do you give percentage weight to the stylistic parameters, which I think is quite high, but I guess you think it's not as high.
No, I think it's quite high as well. But I also think that it's inseparable from the cultural context in which the music was created as well. This takes us back to my initial point I was making with the call-atomic cycle in gamelan versus quarter notes and eighth notes and whole notes in Western music. They have a similar auditory effect, but the way that they were arrived at were conceptually entirely different, to the point where the concept of the thing is part of the structure of the thing, even though to your ears you might not hear it that way. That's part of music. That's
sure. Well, I mean that's when you say that's part of music, I mean that, and then we get into an argument over if that is part of what we talk about when we say music, right? Because you can have arguments over how much of that applies to the music itself versus like the actual sonic principles of the music, right?
Yeah. I think we've reached the same thing. So you've walked back the auditory principles a little bit more. You've
you agree with what is your name online? What do people know you as?
Ziana, I guess.
Ziana, okay. Ziana and me had a conversation, and we agree that it's 93% copied from European music.
93%.
And you know,
no.
Oh, 93%. 93%
I only
derived
said that
from.
So you'd move on from that point. I would say.
Oh well, I
like
only said that so you'd stop rambling at me about 16th century French composers.
I'd say it's about 80% auditory similar features, maybe less. 75% auditory features from the European greater tradition, and then I would argue like less than like 10% of that culturally, and that's a huge component. And those two things are inseparable. So.
The connection's too unstable.
Okay. Do you have any other final thoughts or words for us?
It's been a pleasure. I'm glad that we got to chat about music. If you ever want to talk about music again, I would be glad to chat with you about music. I hear you talk about music sometimes with people, and some of your takes are a little
Triggering.
Could use some refinement. No, not even triggering. No.
Yeah, give me one. Go ahead. While we're here.
I would like to help you. Well, okay. For example, one of the takes that you said last night, which I thought was just like hilariously such a bad and dishonest take.
Good.
Was when you said, let me find it here.
Oh, you have a notepad on me. Nice. Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm just looking through the Twitter DMs or whatever.
Oh, she's so good.
If you took a classically trained musician at random and a spiritual singer and sat them with any instrument in front of early blues sheet music, which would be more likely to reproduce what's actually written? Well, that's the thing. That is not the measurement of like stylistic, performance.
Sure. What I'm trying to get at here in this, what I'm trying,
such a tiny component
sure.
of
What I'm
something
trying,
that's an oral tradition.
Sure. What I'm trying to get at here is that given, and I think you already largely agree with this, but given like if I could formally put down on paper what some spiritual is, and then I would take like a classically trained European musician, like maybe run him through it for a day, and then take like a African tribal, whatever the fuck, I don't know what they did in the 1600s or whatever, and then sit them through it, who's going to be more likely to reproduce like what's on the page? I think that the European person is going to have a massive advantage there because so much of it is copied and borrowed from the European tradition, or derived from or inspired from, sorry.
Right, but that again, you are taking something that was predominantly an oral tradition. So, a traditional musician from whatever culture you're plucking from, their inability to play the sheet music or to render that has nothing at all to do with like the thing itself.
Sure, I don't necessarily just mean like the sheet music. I'm sorry, I don't mean like can they read the notes on the page. I mean like can they accurately reproduce the sounds.
Well, I would argue the musician that you pluck from the university classically trained and the artist that you pluck from whatever culture you're tracing the elements to, I would argue both of them are going to be bad at performing the style. That's what I was arguing with the swing thing. You're like, you can teach any college musician to swing. Have you heard college musicians swing? I mean, it sounds like garbage. Even college musicians who have been practicing jazz for many years, it sounds like garbage. It's a cultural process, and so when you're sitting on the bandstand, you're playing hundreds and thousands of hours of jazz gigs. That's how you develop swing. You don't develop swing by someone saying, well, it's kind of like a triplet with the back triplet pushed in a little or pushed out. That's not what swing is, right?
Sure,
that's
and I understand, but like you're
framed interpretation swing, yeah.
Sure, but like trying to fight on like the micro nuances of like how do you swing like perfectly in the pocket versus taking somebody that doesn't have any exposure to that system of intonation and everything all like it's like it would be like the difference between giving a master class to like a college student versus like a grade school student, where like for the college student it's like, okay, we're going to start to autistically quibble over every little thing because you're at that level, but for the other person it's like, can you just like play the right notes, and like that's like the bare bones, right? Because I think that the understanding of music is broadly being informed by that European tradition with the added stuff on top of it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the only reason I point towards those micro things that you are kind of writing off as rounding errors is because those are.
I'm not writing it off as rounding errors, but go ahead.
Okay, well, those are well, you kind of were when you said 12 equal, right? People were, well, blues notes are 12 equal. They're not actually. They're notes that have been rounded back into 12 after the fact. But these sort of micro things that you're writing off as not big components, these are like landmarks of the tradition that was there before that came into it. Those are where you view like almost like vestigial organs, where they're remnants of what was in that tradition and remnants of the ears that those initial creators and players were listening through and having, and that gets baked into the culture, which then moves forward like that.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, but the question is, yeah, but I agree. When we say landmarks of the tradition, you can have landmarks of a tradition that aren't necessarily significantly changing the medium that they're derived from, right? That like I might have an appreciation for the Sailor Girls or some shit, and I might stamp that on like a spaceship or like my car or whatever, and I would say,
Sailor Girls?
Who's like the Sailor? I feel like in every fucking old cartoon or anime or TV show, there's like a fucking babe with like a bikini or some shit on like a fucking boat or car, right?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I could say that comes from like a tradition or whatever, and that's like a significant thing to my backstory or whatever, and I could stamp that on something. But like, just because it's there, and just because it might be pinup girls, yeah. Just because it's there, and just because it's a landmark of a tradition that I come from, and just because it's significant to me, doesn't mean that it's significantly changing the thing that it's placed on.
Depends on who's listening, I guess.
Okay. Anything else while you're here? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Someone in chat wanted me to say your factory sucks. I don't agree with that.
It doesn't. I don't think Death Grips is real music, by the way.
I
I'm
don't
just getting
understand
over
what
it.
the hell's going on with Factorio. If I ever like click on your streams or like watch it, I don't understand what the hell's going on in that game. But
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah, anyways, it was a pleasure chatting with you. If you ever want to chat music sometime, I would be glad to chat music with you.
Okay. If I ever say anything musically that triggers you, feel free to.
I will definitely keep track of those from
Good.
now on, I guess.
Do it.
It's good. Like I really enjoy the arguments when you're arguing with like alt-right, like conservative type people who are arguing like rap isn't music or like
Sure.
those kinds of arguments, because I feel like you're able to answer those a little better than other.
A little better.
pundits.
A little better.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is, I don't think you're, your music understanding is has
Better
some-
than 98% of
It
fucking
is. I
people.
agree.
Okay, please.
I agree.
Okay.
I
How
agree.
many
No, I
debates have you had
completely
about
agree.
12
90
tone fucking
how about
equal
this? How
temper?
about this?
Okay, yeah.
Let's go to 99%.
Okay. Thank you. You know
Okay,
what?
I'll
I'll
give you
drop
that.
I'll drop the derive to 92%
Yeah.
for that. Okay. I'll give you
Can,
one
can you
point
get
there.
me to 80? Can you just do to 80? Come on.
The 80 is such a drop.
You
I'll
don't
give you
think- you
90.
don't think
I'll
at
give you
least
90.
one
I'll
I
give
mean, credits where it's due. He was using correct terms incorrectly and being corrected on actually like field pertinent language. But it seemed like literally every single thing he said, she had a cogent and comprehensive explanation for why he was wrong. So I don't know if that's necessarily to his credit. It seems like he's just abusing a field because he has some rudimentary understanding of the basics that he's retained from the college courses he dropped out of.
Do 90.
You don't think at least 1/5 of the blues came from African influences or the greater?
The thing is I'm a big SJW, and I think a lot of African culture was deleted when they were brought over here, so they were forced to come up in the. Well, unironically, I'm being truthful when I say that, but like that's the issue is that when they're brought over. What?
Give me 85, Dustin.
85.
Come on.
I give
Come
you
on, do it for
90.
me.
I give you
Come on,
90.
give
That's
me 85.
9
Come
points.
On, give me
Okay.
85. I've followed you since 2012. Give me 85. Say it.
I'm gonna do
85.
90 right now, and I'll think throughout the day. Maybe my feelings will change. Maybe I'll get a hot chocolate, and I'll change. Okay.
Okay. It's
yeah.
a pleasure. Anyways, yeah.
Sure.
Have a great rest of your day. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for
Wait.
having me.
Where do you want people to find you if they're looking for you or whatever?
I don't. No, actually, you can find me at Trans Voice Lessons. I basically teach thousands of people how to feminize or masculinize their speaking voices permanently.
Oh, that's cool.
You can find me at Zia Eroz. I'm a musician. I create a lot of microtonal music. I do microtonal music theory. I do music theory in general. I've been teaching music theory all my life. So, yeah, you can find me on Twitter at I am Ziana, Zheanna, and I just released a jazz record last month. It's a saxophone and piano. And so
Wow. Now, was it a real saxophone or was it a tenor saxophone?
real. We're gonna have that debate.
It
another
was a
time.
tenor
It was
sax. You
saxophone.
fucking
It was
loser.
a tenor sax.
Yeah, probably metal mouthpiece,
Was it a
disgusting
real
fucking
fucking
plastic
metal?
reed, whatever.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Bye. Thanks a lot. It's been fun. See you
Anyway,
later.
Yeah. Take
Bye.
care. You as well. Cheers.
Jesus. Hey, can Alex and I hop on for a chat at 8 p.m. EST? Oh, Vikram. Oh boy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, everyone outside and in between, we just bore witness to a public execution in 2023. The next day, Destiny admits that she was right on her 80% point. Really? Well, that's good. Thanks for the $5, Smith. Frankly, what the receptionist community was giving, even his community was giving for them, I'm not surprised. Doesn't really excuse anything, though. Here's the thing, right? She held her own very well, but let's say, for argument's sake, what if this was somebody who was as correct as she was, but she was nervous, and she wasn't well-spoken? Well, as a consequence of this, however many tens of thousands of people would come away with this absurdly reductive position on music and culture, ingrained in their head as being proven to be correct. It's been tested in the fires. Destiny argued against a trained academic on this issue and roasted her. That would have been the takeaway. That was sheer dumb luck that she was as good at that as she was. It's just absolutely disgraceful. Just utterly disgraceful.
No thanks. I'm heading back to the resistance camp. What about you?
Oh, I'll probably wander back to the village. I have plenty on my plate there.
I see.
This is the resistance camp.
Say again? I'm not receiving.
Scanning for interference.
The machine requesting a backup. Forces in range. Please, we can...
Let's move.
I can turn the volume up a little bit. We're gonna close out soon. It's almost 3 a.m.
Why are their numbers increasing like this?
Cause unknown.
Try contacting the bunker via laser relay system.
Affirmative.
No! Get out of here, now!
Are they eating them? There are still an... You okay? They came out of nowhere, overran the entire camp. We tried to fight back, but our shots have no effect.
Alert. Energy physical attacks recommended.
Got it. You get the other end. Good luck.
Getting punched in the cutscene. That's one thing I like about this, and from what little I've played of Metal Gear Revengeance's combat system, it makes you feel like you're good at it. You're not. Ow. Oh my god. What are you doing up there? Oh my god, stop it! Why are my bullets not showing up anymore? Oh, the game's broken. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. I see Sunday hasn't learned of the Wave Pod program cheese. What? What's the Wave Pod program cheese? What is this? Oh, you made me waste my bullet. I blame you personally for that. Or I guess my charge, not my bullet. Oh, the visuals are glitching out in the series. It must be the mod. The mod's just, it doesn't like this event.
2B, you saved our lives. What's going on here? I have no idea. They came out of nowhere and just...
Uh-oh.
Huh? That was outside the camp!
Yeah, anyways, in summation, because I'm gonna go to bed now, it's like 3 a.m. That debate wasn't just bad, it demonstrated an almost non-sentient level of arrogance and pretension that it's just, I don't think Destiny has any sense of responsibility to anything or anyone, and that's his prerogative, but it basically just demonstrates in no uncertain terms that you can't trust anything that he says. He is just a vicious person at every single level. It's actually kind of astonishing. I think that's why people get so mad about him. It's not because he in particular is actually getting under people's skin. It's that they're appalled. It's just gross. Like, it's viscerally gross. It's like laying bare in an obnoxious display right in front of you everything that is wrong with how we are at our absolute worst. It's just disgusting. Anyways, anti-Destiny rant over. Have a good night, everyone. Take care. Thanks for joining me. I'm still waiting on a reply from Hawes, but I'm anticipating it's going to be fine with the date. Vosh seems to be agreeable to the 10th, but we'll see what happens. And it will be on political theory. Something to do with political theory. I need to figure out what on earth would be a good debate topic for Hawes. Maybe the nature of a community's identity. That might be good. It's a way to get at the Donbass debate without touching the Donbass. If you get the Wave Pod program from the Wandering Couple side quest, it's an area of effect attack, which can insta-kill almost every enemy it hits on a full... Really? Oh. I wonder if I have that on my main account. Anyways, have a good night, everyone. Take care.